basic functions. Obviously, there's hundreds and thousands of functions in DAX for those that know. So obviously, we cannot cover everything extensively, but some of the most popular ones and the ones that I need to change contexts of measures and measure branching and understanding how to develop these measures to create an analysis that you want. We'll also look at some of the online features of Power BI, so the distribution features that Power BI offers, as well as some of the sharing and export features that it has. So this is called the Power BI online service. So that's basically the service where you go and share it with colleagues, whether it's inter or intra-organization. And you can set like scheduled refreshes, how you want your data to refresh, if it's feeding off a server and a database, or if it's feeding off an Excel sheet as well. So we will look at that, as well as the natural language query and Power BI goals, which is actually a new advancement in Power BI that came out towards the middle of last year. So it's quite a nice thing. And yeah, as we get there, we will explain it in more detail. But just to start this session today, what we will do is just open up our dashboard. So if I remember correctly, we all saved our dashboard in the same folder where our data and Power BI table code was stored. So if everybody could please open up their dashboard, please. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
All right. So we'll start off with a quick recap and just going over some of the important concepts that we covered in yesterday's session. Please let me know if everybody can hear me. I know some participants felt I was a bit soft.
Sorry, so actually, you are a bit soft.
Okay, I'm trying to connect to my earphones, but it's not accepting my earphones on Zoom, which is weird. I know it accepts it on Teams, but for Zoom, when I connect it still speaks off my computer audio, which is very weird. I'm not sure if there's any person in the chat that maybe knows.
I can hear you perfectly fine. It's weird. You seem to be fine on this side.
Is there anybody in the chat that knows how to connect earphones and make it work off Zoom? Seems to be struggling with me.
If you go to the mute section on your Zoom and you click on select a speaker, and from there it gives you the option to choose either the microphone or the speaker.
All right, let me just give that a quick test. Just bear with me for 1 minute. Okay, so it says same as system, test speaker, switch to phone audio, and leave computer audio and audio settings.
Do you not have it on select a speaker or select a microphone? You should be picking up your port, your earphone port.
It's not. And it's a jack, so it's connected into the computer as well. It's not even Bluetooth. Yeah. Weird why it's not picking it up.
But Ko also says the audio is fine on her side. Maybe you have a problem on your side, no?
Maybe try and increase maybe the computer volume. Try increasing that, or maybe using earphones. That might help.
Yeah, I'll try earphones. Sorry, the computer audio is on 100. It's fine. I'm good. I'll sort myself out. Thank you.
Throughout this workshop, if I am fading or people are struggling to hear, please let me know, and I will try and speak clearer. All right, cool. So let's just open up this dashboard. Right, so everybody should be here. This is where we stop over. Am I correct? Everybody happy? Anyone didn't save or have any issues? Okay. All right, cool. So, okay, I see Ashton said it's also a little bit soft for him. Sorry, Ashton, I'm not leaning back. I'm actually speaking quite close to my screen. So yeah, it's a pity I can't get my earphones to work, otherwise that might fix the problem. I wonder how I can get computer audio to switch to my group. All right, but anyways, I'll try and speak a bit louder. Okay, so yesterday we covered the Power BI query editor, and we understood, so nobody has to do anything. I'll just explain what we covered yesterday. So what we ended up doing was looking at, firstly, analyzing our data in Excel and just gaining context. Sorry, that's not the right screen. Gaining context in terms of what is our end goal, what do we want to report on, and just analyzing the data set that we have so that we're familiar with, what we can report on and conceptualize the various KPIs and metrics that we can get out from the data. So that was the first step that we covered in yesterday's session. And it's very important that when you obviously want to develop a Power BI dashboard, that you know the end game. It's important to understand what data set you have, what you want to report on. Also have like a mindset in terms of the type of DAX formulations you're going to need, or how you're going to manipulate the context of measures, whether you need to create a measure or a custom column. So remember yesterday I showed you how to do custom columns, which is just a multiplication of or division of two functions. I think in this example yesterday, we covered the student success rate where we took FTE credit divided by FTE enrolled. So it's a matter of understanding which way do we want to go, and also keeping note that creating a custom column holds more or takes up more space in your report. So obviously something like student success, which is FTE credit divided by FTE enrolled, you rather create that as a measure, since that holds close to no memory or no space at all, than actually putting it into the model, which is this backend. Because remember, every time you go to home and you close and apply, it's going to try and save and push everything to the front end. So the more complex, complexity you add to this, then you increase the overall rendering time, and your Power BI dashboard becomes quite large. So, I mean, not to say that you can't do it. I mean, they offer the functionality because you can, but it's just best practice. Rather, anything that is calculations can be done in DAX, no matter how complex it is. And it's important that we understand that concept when we get to it later. So what we did is yesterday we imported two big data sets, right? By going to new source, right? And bringing in an Excel workbook. And in that, we brought in the tabularized versions of the data sets, because remember I explained that if your data isn't tabularized, sometimes you can bring in unnecessary columns that might have some random garbage, and you bring it into the dashboard and then it just corrupts everything. So it's important to tabularize your data, bring it into Power BI so it only brings what's within that table border, right? And then again, we have two massive data sets. So, personally and also best practice is to try and condense your tables. It's not good to work with tables that are very large, especially our performance data data set that we had. We found that we could actually break some tables up into lookup tables. So lookup tables are tables that are static, that contain unique instances of every single record. So for example, our lookup tables were the program data. And remember what we did is we duplicated performance data and we removed all the duplicates on subject code, right? And again, if we forget what we had done, we can also go back to our applied steps, and this will constantly remind us what we have done at each step, all right? Again, student bio data was a duplicate of the master data set. And what we did here is we only chose the columns that are specific to student bio. And here, again, we understand that every student should have a unique identity, meaning that we can remove duplicates of student number. And that's exactly what we did to create this lookup table. And we understand why this lookup table is important when we went into the model. Because remember, if we didn't delete duplicates, then it won't create that one-to-many relationship that we want. 90 to 95% of the time, that's the type of relationship that we want in Power BI. But in some models, it's okay to obviously bend that rule a bit because as data can come in any source and format. All right, and then also with the BUSI data, right? So yes, this is a very, very large data, but because of the context of this data, it's a survey, right? So it's not something that we can go and subset into 5 different sets of surveys. It doesn't make sense. It's one survey that was conducted. And again, it's every student conducted the survey once. It's fixed, it's for the previous year. So these questions or replies or responses are not going to change. It's static. So what that means is that we can consider this as a lookup table as well. And this will feed into the performance data using a one-to-many relationship. And that whole process is called the waterfall effect in our model, where we keep our lookup tables on the top and we narrow it down into our fact, transactional, or our master data table, which is this big guy here. And remember, when we talk about master data or fact data or factual data or whatever name you want to use, it's a table that is going to record every instance of, in our case, right? So it's students that are enrolled at DUT that are registered and eligible to write exams. So it's one student doing a degree writing 50 modules, or okay, let's not say 50, let's say 10 modules over 2 semesters. We're going to expect that to be a transaction data because every time that student writes an exam, that mark is going to be recorded. It's FTE credit is going to be recorded. The FTE enrolled is going to be recorded. So in saying that we're going to have duplicates, and we expect to have duplicates because of the context of this data. So data that has duplicates can be considered your fact table or your master data table. And that's exactly what we have grouped it as, all right? In terms of grouping, we group data because we want to make sure that every point and every step of the way, we always follow a best practice method so that we're not developing this dashboard for ourselves. It's for an entire organization, or you might be sharing it with a customer abroad or whatever the case is. But in this case, you want to make sure that you set it up such that anybody, even a person who doesn't know how to use Power BI, if they get directed to this Power BI query editor, they will understand, okay, cool, I know what master data is, I know what a lookup table is. And this is stuff that you can even Google if you don't understand. You can Google a lookup table or a supporting table. So it's important for us to neatly structure our table so that we can follow through with what's happening. All right, and just in terms of some of the data handling and manipulation that we did, so remember that we went through each of the column headers and ensured that we have the correct data type. So a string or character is a text variable, and then something that is numeric in value, so meaning 1, 2, 3, that is noted as a whole number. Okay, and then in some instances you will also get text and whole numbers, so it'll be a combination of the both. So Power BI, 80% to 90% of the time, it does pick it up correctly. And this is also corrected by tabularizing your data in Excel. So actually, when you tabularize your data, almost 90% of the time, it brings through the correct data format. But in the instance where it doesn't, then obviously we can go through, click on the little box next to our column header, and we can go and change the data type that we want. Some of the other transformations that we did was converting a date, was it here? I think it was on, yeah, it was here, I think that was here, matriculation date, right? So if you remember how matriculation date looked, right? If we just go here to change type, this is exactly what we had, right? It was called matric date, and clearly we can see that this is nowhere near a date format. So what we had to do is we had to split the column first, convert it to text, because why did we do that? Because if it's not text, we cannot split by delimiter. Can you see that option? Sorry, if I right click here, that split by delimiter does not exist here. But as soon as we change the 1, 2, 3 to ABC and we right click, then we can go and split the column by delimiter, which was by number of characters. So for that reason, I converted this to a text value, right? Then we split the column into year and month. We swap the columns over because remember the order in which you selected, reordered columns, the order in which you selected will do the join. So for example, if I selected 2019 first and matric date second, it would have created the date by putting the year first, then the month, then the day. So in our case, the order in which you select this is important. That's why I moved it to the left. So we select the month first, then we select the year, and then we go and right click and we merge the column, right? And in Power BI, it recognizes dates with a forward slash. There are ways in which you can change it to a hyphen, you know, or whatever other date format that you want. There's other functionality that's available. But for now, we just keep it standard as a forward slash, right? So what we did is we merged the column. And as soon as we merged the column, it noted it as a text variable. So it didn't pick it up that it was a date. But what we then went and did was clicked on the ABC and converted it to a date function. And as soon as we did that, it picked it up as a date column. Okay. So what it's done is it's just added the 1st of the 11th. I mean, this could have been the 31st or whatever, but we're not really interested in the dates, mostly the month and the year. Okay. Are there any questions? Maybe some of the other functionality just before we round off this section was the merge and append. So remember when we're merging data sets, we need to find a common ground between the two data sets that we're interested in. So for example, if we want to merge the performance data to student bio data, excuse me, we need to find the two common grounds between both these data sets. And clearly we can see that bio data should have a student number. And we know that our performance data also has student number. So we usually stick to a left outer because we want to join everything from the first table matching from the second table. So in this case, we saw that we got 100% match on our data set. Some cases we won't. For example, say if we had some nulls in your student number, then it wouldn't obviously match that, you know, because it can't match nulls. There is no common ground between a null and a null. But in that case, you would have had to maybe join it on 2 columns. You know, you could have maybe used student number and maybe, let's say, what else do we have that's common here? Let's see, maybe academic block code, for example. So student number and academic block code, right? You can also merge based on, sorry, let me just go back here. So it's student number and want to merge academic block code. And here it's student number and academic block code. Right, so in this case, it does the merge a bit differently because it's academic block code. Maybe in this instance, it doesn't really make sense to use this because if you can see, we're getting a half a match. So in our case, and for this example, the best common join was to do it on student number, right? And again, what that will do is it'll bring up an extra column where you can select what columns you want from that data set to appear in this, do the merge. Okay, and then on the append side is basically if we now get the 2022 performance data and based that it is similar in terms of its columns, we can append that data set to this data set. Power BI will automatically put the correct columns together and create one long data set. So appending is also an option as well. Okay, is there any questions on this back end? Please, can you put it in the chat and we can attend to it if there's any issues? Okay, and we've also sent through the recording yesterday. So obviously, if you want to go through the details, if I did rush over this a bit, you can review the recording and obviously gain you know, like recap it and understand it more. So remember, this is a 2-day workshop and it's not enough for you to become a Power BI user. You need to go and maybe get your own data set. You know, if you have data lying around, you could even get pseudo data online. You know, if you go to GitHub or or wherever you can even Google it online, sales data, or even type in Power BI test data sets. Go and Google it, and they'll give you some random data set with 2, 3, 4, 5 master data sets, and you can go and do your joins. You can subset the tables, create your own model, and test. So the only way for you to master Power BI is to go sit down and take the time and redevelop an entire dashboard from start to end by following also the best practices that you have learned. So it's very important that you spend the time by yourself, and that's the only way that you'll be able to master Power BI. You don't necessarily have to go and get accreditations in Power BI to use it. You just need to spend the time. And I'm sure from yesterday's workshop, you can see the advantage of using Power BI as opposed to Excel. All right, so after we have completed, obviously, transforming our data, and we're happy, we've grouped everything, we've created our date dimension table. I've explained the concept of this. Depending on the granularity of your master data, you might want to report on a week. So remember, if you want to now filter by week, you can't use the week that's in your master data. You have to bring week from a lookup table, right? Because that's best practice. Okay, so once we're done with this Power Query editor, we can go to close and apply. And what that's going to do is it's going to load all our changes into the model. And here is where we can take a quick glance of the full data set that we see, what we saw in the Power Query editor. I just want to rescale this. See, it's getting cut off. Okay, yeah. All right, so we can get a quick glimpse of all the columns that we have. We can go to a specific column and it'll point it out to you. I see Jean Valune said he did not receive the communication yesterday with the recording. Jean, I think they did send it through today, if I'm not mistaken. Just check, but if you still don't have it, then we can arrange with Fatima to send it again. Okay, so we have the performance data, we have the program data, and we have the student bio data. So again, this is just giving you a quick glimpse in terms of what we have transformed from our original data sets to what we have in Power BI, right? And then lastly, the brains behind Power BI and where we're going to basically be developing our model is the relationship tab. Okay, so what I've explained here is the importance of why we needed lookup tables in the first place. So the method that we are following is the waterfall effect, because what we are doing is we are feeding in the lookup table into the performance data. So it's like a waterfall, right? There's the top of the waterfall feeding into the bottom. Okay, so that's the relationship that we strive to achieve, which is a 1 coming out of your lookup table to a star coming in, right? Star meaning many. So we have a 1 to many relationship in the direction of your master data. But as I said, there are rare instances where you might still have a 1 to many relationship, but you do not want it to be in one direction. You might want it to be both. So if I select both, what's going to happen is Power BI is going to create a double arrow, right? Meaning that this data can be filtered in both ways. And in some cases, based on your model and how your data set is, you have to have it like this. There's no alternative. So that is also possible, where you can go and edit the properties of this relationship and select what type of cardinality you want, or what do you want to maybe do the join on. Maybe you want to change it from student number and do it on something else. So it's totally up to how your model is set up. So in my case, let me just go back and change this back to single. Right. So in terms of understanding this model, were there any questions? Anybody still stuck with the concept or need further explanations? Can we maybe just get a thumbs up in the chat? Okay, great. Right, so if there's no further questions, what we can do is now go to the front end where we can actually use this model and this data that now transformed and develop some visualizations. Okay, so remember where we are now. We are here on the model tab. So if you want to go and look at the data, it's the middle one. And if you want to go to the visualization or the report pane, you click on this little bar graph. Okay, so I just want to close this. It's recovered some of my other files. So I'll leave that for now. Right. So this is the front, the report section where we can actually develop the visualizations in Power BI. Now, what we've done here is we've just renamed the first sheet to geographical analysis because we want to now do an analysis on performance data against geographical location. And we also want to understand what the student success rate is by geographical location. And it can be any other analysis. So if there is any other analysis that maybe people see that would like to develop here, please post it in the chat. Obviously, I have a set way now that I'm going to be doing this, but if there's any other functionality that you want to see, please don't feel shy to post it on the chat, and we can definitely get through, to developing the DAX for it. Okay, so let's begin what we have set out for today, which is developing measure tables, right? And creating measures using DAX, okay? Does anybody know what DAX means? What DAX stands for? Anybody? DAX stands for Data Analysis Expressions, right? So in its name, we use this, this language, or we use the syntax to develop calculations that can be used for data, right? And we know that from Excel. We know the sum, the min, the average. We know all those functions that we see, the VLOOKUPs. Last year, this time, there's so many different functions, and some functions that you would see in Power BI are not necessarily in Excel, because Excel is obviously not built for the purpose that Power BI is used for. So what we're going to do is I'm going to show you how to develop a measure table. Okay. Okay, cool, Ashton. All right. So remember now, I showed you yesterday how we create measures, right? So what we do is, right, you don't have to do anything now, I'm just explaining something, is you go to the table and you right click, right? You right click anywhere in the table and you click on new measure, okay? But remember now, this is our actual data set. This is where our data is. Now we don't want to go mix. Let me show you, for example, let me create a random measure and show you what it's going to do, right? So I'm going to create, I don't know, equals average X, and we're going to say performance data, comma, right? And we're going to say mark. Right. So what this is going to do is it's going to create a random measure that's now in alphabetical order in this large data set. Can you see this icon, how it's different? Now imagine if you're creating hundreds of measures, right? In one of the examples in that prediction model I told you that I developed, I also developed with other colleagues in my team as well. And there's about 800 measures in that Power BI a report that we've developed. So imagine having 800 measures lying in all different tables. We got like maybe 200 in the Boosi data. We have another maybe 100 in performance data, and it's mixed with the actual data columns that we see in Power Query Editor. It's going to be messy, right? So again, remember, from the time we started till where we are now, we've always maintained structure and order. And that's something that we need to make sure we continue with, especially when we're dealing with data, because data, as everybody knows, can be very, very daunting, can be cumbersome, and it can be difficult, if it isn't properly handled and managed. So for that same reason, Power BI has given us the functionality to develop measure tables. Okay, so to develop measure tables, we go to home, right? So on the report tab, okay, we go to home on the top left, right? And we see next to data verse, it says enter data, right? It's a table icon that has a plus on it. It says enter data. Click on that, right? And what we want to do is we want to create a blank table, right? We want to create a blank table, and we also want to be specific in terms of what we name it, right? We want to name it measures, okay? You can name it geographical measures if you want and keep all measures. Maybe we can do that. Let's do that. Let's rather do that. I know yesterday I said I'm going to be developing everything in one table, but let's actually call this geographical measures, right? So we're going to have one set of, or one table just for all the measures that are going to go onto the sheet. Okay. So what it's going to do is it's going to apply it to the model. It's going to load it. Right. And it's going to create it on the right-hand side here. Right. So we can see that it's called geographical measures. Right. But remember now, geographical measures, Power BI recognizes a data set based on these icons. So what it's currently picking it up as is basically a data column. So like the data that we have in the Power Query editor, it's picking it up as, you know, a complete data set, which is not the case. You're creating virtual measures. So measures that are virtual, right? It's not something that exists that we can see in an entire data set. Unless we add it to a visual, yes, we can see it in a table form. But it's not something that we can go to, for example, here, and we can see what the measure is saying. You know, we're not creating a column, we're creating something that's virtual. And that is why I insisted early on not to create custom columns, because it holds space. Something that is virtual holds close to nothing. And that is why we use it, okay? Because you get very, very complex measures. You get time intelligent measures. You get other you know, complex regression analysis or measures and metrics. So there's very, very complex DAX measures. And if you have to do that in a column, for the computer now to go and program that and load it and bring it into a model, it's going to struggle. Especially if you have a slow computer, then you even, you know, worsening the situation for yourself. So what we need to do here is we need to convert this, right, into a measure table, not to a data table. So for us to convert this into a measure table, we need to click on the arrow next to geographical measures and expand it, right? Then what we need to do is we need to go and create our very, very first measure, right? So you're going to right click on column 1, right? And you're going to scroll down to where it says new measure. Okay, please let me know if I'm going fast. Fatima, could you please send a general poll? All right, we're going to go to new measure and we're going to create our very first measure in our model, right? And it's going to be the exact same measure that I created earlier on. So again, I'm going to be very specific in terms of what I call it, because anybody else that looks at this measure, they don't even have to look at the calculation. They'll just understand, okay.
Sorry, Akshay.
Yes.
Should we be doing this or we just watching for now?
Sorry, yes. No, you need to be following now. You need to be doing it. Sorry, I should be a bit more specific.
All right.
Should I go through it again?
I'll try and catch up.
Can you go through it again, please?
So what we did, okay, and everybody please follow what I'm doing and you can replicate the same thing on your side, right? Is we're going to go to the home tab, right? On the report section, on this white canvas that we see where we have geographical analysis in blue, okay? And we're going to go to enter data, right? Click on enter data because we want to create a blank table. And what we're going to do is we're just going to name this, not table, but we're going to call it geographical measures. Okay. Once you renamed it to geographical measures, click on the load button, right, to load this into our model. Okay. I'll give you 10 seconds for those that are still doing it.
Akshay, are you seeing the poll results?
Sorry, I'm not.
Okay, share it now.
Yeah, I saw the results.
Sorry, I think I missed it. Is there any way to share the results of it?
Okay.
Okay, all right. So I will slow down. Sorry about that. Okay, so everybody has created what we see on the right-hand side here, is geographical measures. All right, cool. What we're then going to do is we're going to create our very first measure, right? So what you're going to do is there's a little arrow to the left of geographical measures on the right-hand side field. Where it says fields, on the right-hand side, you're going to see geographical measures, which is the table we just created, right? What we're going to do is we're going to click the arrow, right? That's pointing to the right on the left of the table. And we're going to see something called column 1, right? We're going to right-click on column 1 and we're going to click on new measure. Right? We're going to be creating the first measure for our model. Okay. And what we're going to do is we're going to create a measure on final mark. Okay, so let's call this, again, we must be very clear. So we're going to call it, we can even call it average final. So anybody that sees this will also understand what it is. And also to give you more context into the naming, right? If you call this average or final mark, right? And you bring this into a visual, the visual is automatically going to detect what you've named it. So for example, in the bar graph, it will say final mark by site. Now, if you put underscores, you know, and some people, they prefer to put underscores because, as I said, it depends on your coding preference, right? But if you call it average final mark, this is what it's going to display in your visual. But Power BI also gives you the ability to go and rename the measure by not affecting this. So you actually rename it in the actual visual, and you don't touch the naming in your measure table. All right. So for now, we won't use underscores. We'll just call it average final mark. Okay. And then in Power BI, right? And if you remember from our conversation yesterday, is that Power BI is column-based, right? So for those that are familiar with Excel, okay, we can take cell A3 times cell A4, and we can get an answer, okay? In Power BI, it isn't cell-based. It's not row-based. You cannot do that, right? It's based on an entire column. So you're going to say column A1 times column A2. That's how it works. It works on an entire column. It does the whole maths on an entire column. And that's why it's totally different to how it calculates it compared to Excel. So we need to obviously ensure that we're aggregating the column properly. We want to aggregate it on a row base. We don't want to take a whole average of the entire column, you know, because we might want to understand what is the average by site? What is the average by campus? What is the average by faculty? Now, if you take an average, just a simple average, right? Average function, which is what you see here, right? If you take average, it's just going to give you the same number for all those categories that I just described. But in Power BI, right? Whenever you type in a function, right? And you click on it, so you type the function, you click on it, it's going to tell you what it expects you to invoke in that function. So in this case, it's asking us to call a column name. But remember now, I told you that Power BI is column-based. So there's a function called AverageX, okay? And AverageX is an aggregator function. If you go and Google it, you know, there's a whole forum and Microsoft support that explains all of these functions. And it's an aggregating function. And we want an aggregator function because we want to aggregate it on a row based, you know, no matter what we choose to aggregate it by, whether it's by site, campus, it will always aggregate it correctly depending on what we want to, you know, what we want to analyze it against, whether it's faculty, department. It's not going to give us just one average value. It's going to aggregate it correctly. So AverageX is always best practice to use rather than average. But again, it depends on what you want to calculate. So I'm not saying don't use average, but AverageX is aggregating it on a row based. Okay. So now that, and the same for SumX, the same for AverageX, the same for MinX, the same for MaxX. anything that has an X after the function is an aggregator function. Okay. Anybody still confused about that? Please let me know if you are. What I'll do is, just for those that are, just show you what it says online. Okay, so if everyone can still see my screen, right? So on the Microsoft documentation, here's everything that you can see, all the functions. Okay, it's very, very helpful, and it tells you exactly what's the syntax, what are the parameters, the return values, the remarks. So AverageX calculates the average arithmetic mean of a set of expressions evaluated over a table, right? So if we go down to the example that we want, right? We can take the following example calculates the average freight and tax on each order in the internet sales table by first summing the freight plus tax amount in each row. So you see when I say it's a row aggregator, right? And then it averages all the sums. Okay, so it takes an average and then it averages all those sums. So in that case, you're always making sure that you're aggregating your data correctly. And that's the importance of using aggregator functions. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to say AverageX, right? And when we use AverageX, we first have to call the table where our column exists. Now, where does final mark exist? Can anybody tell me?
Performance?
Yes, 100%, right? It exists in our performance data. So we need to call performance data. That's where our column exists, right? And as you type it in, Power BI will pick it up, right? Performance data, okay? And then what we need to now call is the column. So you see, AverageX, call the table first, right? Where's that column in? And then what is the column that you want to take an average of, right? In this case, we want to take it off final mark. So I can call it final mark, right? Okay, so we've created our very first measure. Once you're happy, and remember, you close brackets. If you don't close brackets, Power BI automatically does correct it for you. So if I click on, for example, the tick, it will go and close the bracket for you. But in some cases where you have 30 brackets in one measure, it's possible, right? If you leave one bracket out, it's going to break. The whole measure is going to break, and then you're going to have to go back and see where your brackets are closed, make sure everything is closed properly. So it's important.
Sorry, actually, when I'm typing average, it does not pick up anything on my side.
Because you're typing AverageX.
Oh, AverageX.
Yeah, sorry, let me make this bigger. Is that more clear for people?
Yeah.
Okay, let me see if I can make this a bit bigger. I think that's the biggest I can go on my screen.
Yeah, still it doesn't pick up anything if I'm typing AverageX.
Did you type in the name equals? Is it exactly like how you see it here?
Okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah, it's working now. It's working now.
You have to type in, the measure name followed by an equal sign. If there's no equal sign, you can see that it's not going to pick it up. It has to be blue for it to recognize that it's a function. So as soon as I put my equal sign, can you see how the color changes? So it's recognizing the function that exists.
Okay, all right. And then from there, you open the bracket.
Yes. So as soon as you type in the function, right? So let me show you. As you type in the function, right? So let's type in AVER. See, it already picks the function up. As soon as you click on it, it already opens the bracket view by default.
Okay.
Right? And then it asks for us to input a table. So it's performance data, comma, final mark. Okay. And then once you're done creating the measure, you click on the tick on the left. Right. Then if we look on the right-hand side under fields, right? Remember where our geographical measures was. We can see our very first measure that was created. And we know that it's a measure because it has this little calculator icon to the left of it, okay? So for us to now create this measure table that I was talking about, right? I want everybody to right-click on column 1, okay? Right-click on column 1 and say delete from model. And it'll ask you, are you sure you want to delete? And you're going to click on OK. And as soon as you delete that column, can you see immediately that this icon on geographical measures has now changed to this overlapping calculator symbol, right? And this is a measure table. So here's now where we're going to place all our measures that belong to geographical analysis.
Sorry, Akshay, is it possible for you to enlarge on it a little bit so we can just see that it looks exactly the same as ours?
What should I enlarge in?
Like your screen, can you zoom in?
I am on the largest. Put to page. That's smaller. Yeah, I am on the largest.
Okay.
Let me try and just close maybe this out here. Sorry.
Okay, no, it's fine. I can see you can't. Okay, no, it's fine. Thank you.
Sorry about that. This is the biggest I can go. Okay. All right, but before I move on, all right, can I please get a quick comment from those that are struggling? Has everybody created the first measure? And does everybody see this calculator logo next to geographical measures under fields? If anybody's struggling, let's stop here. Let's make sure everybody's up to date, because from now on, we are going to be creating a lot more measures, and you are also going to get the chance to create your own measure, to create your own visual, you know, and yeah, we will get that turn as well. So please.
Yeah, so actually, I only have the calculator logo next to the average final mark, not on the geographical measures.
100%. So under average mark, do you see column 1?
Hello?
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Under average final mark, do you see something called column 1?
Yes, I do.
Yes. Can you right click on column 1 and say delete from model?
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Now
Yeah.
it will be converted to a measure table.
All right. All right.
Anybody else having struggles, please post it in the chat. I'll give you a minute before I move on. It's very important that you stay up to speed, please. Because as we get on, it's going to be very hard to catch up if you miss out this part. What I'll do is, as well as I'll just copy this and paste it in the chat as well for those that want to just see what the measure is. Okay, right.
Actually,
So now that,
sorry.
hi, sorry.
Just double checking. So after you create a measure, automatically Power BI recognizes it, and that's it. It's no like any other button to hit. Sorry, I had to go and put the cat out. You're explaining that, but it's so far I've got what you've got, but I'm just double checking. So after we actually, whatever the word is, you create that calculation, it's done. It recognizes it.
Yes,
if
but
the
you
syntax
have
is
to-
wrong, it will tell you.
Yes.
Okay.
So for example, say if I left out, because when you use an aggregator function called AverageX, right? Say if you left out the table, right? Immediately what it's going to do, it's going to underline this. If it underlines it in red, you know you messed up. And if I click on the tick, right? You're going to see this little exclamation mark on the right-hand side of your measure. And it's going to tell you too few arguments will pass to the AverageX function. The minimum argument count for the function is 2. So if you do make a syntax issue, it'll break, and it'll give you a little note underneath to tell you what you've done wrong.
Yes, good. It did that. Thanks.
All right. So in my case, I just need to make sure I put the table, right. So cool. Also, did you delete column 1 that's under average final mark under geographical measures?
Yes. Yes.
That's the final step to creating your measure table.
Okay.
If you do not delete column 1, it's going to recognize it as a data table, not a measure table. Now, remember, measure tables hold kilobytes of space, kilobytes. Now, if it's going to be a data table, it's going to increase that space. Remember, we want our model to be as optimized as possible. We don't want to have unnecessary, complications that can, because remember, if you have 500 measures and you now complicating all your measures, your computer is going to crash. So your Power BI is going to crash every single time you open it. Okay, right. So this is our very, very first measure. Okay. And if there's no more questions on developing measures, we will create more measures for now, but let's create our very first visual. Oh, actually, let's create one more measure. Okay. Let's do a count of all the students that are enrolled at DUT. Can we get anybody in the chat room to type out what the measure should look like? Right? What should we want to do a count, right, of all the unique students that are at DUT, that are enrolled, that have written an examination. Right. Let's get a few people typing this out so that we can see if you are on enrolled equals distinct count, performance data, student number, 100%. Koshala, well done. Okay, so it's enrolled, distinct count, and you're looking at performance data and you are doing a distinct count of student number, right? So what we're going to do now is we're going to create that exact same measure, right? So what we do is we right click on average final mark, right? And we're going to go to new measure. Okay, and then it's going to ask us now to obviously create the measure, right? So we're going to say students enrolled is equal to distinct count, and as you type it in, Power BI will pick it up, and then it will tell you what it needs, right? It needs a column name. So we can call student number, and you've got to be specific because sometimes you might have student number in more than one table, right? But as I type in student number, it's picking it up on 3 tables: BUSI, performance data, and bio data. So we want to make sure it's the performance data. Okay. Remember that if you do, you could also use the lookup table. And remember, the lookup table is distinct. It won't be distinct because, the way the table is set up is distinct. So in that case, you'll just say count of students. But remember, we like to develop all our measures on our master data. The lookup tables are just for filtering. Okay, but not to say that you can't. If you prefer to say count of students from the student bio data, you can do that. It's going to give you the exact same value, right? So this is our second measure that is now created, okay? So let's click on the tick and then it's going to add it to your model. So you should see 2 measures under geographical measures. First one is average final mark. Second one, students enrolled. Okay, right. Now we get to the fun part. The fun part is now developing or choosing a suitable visual to represent what we want, right? So remember, keep in mind what we're doing analysis on, right? It's on geographical analysis, okay? So what we want to do is we want to choose appropriate visuals to display a geographical analysis at DUT, okay? So what we can do is next to the field, to the left of the field pane, we have something called visualizations. Expand it. Right? So what we see on the top is some of the pre-built or the custom visuals that are already in Power BI. And if you look at the first row, right, That's where we find our stacked bar charts, our stacked column charts, clustered bar charts, right? This is all our bar charts. On the second row, we got our line charts, we got our area charts, we got our line and stacked column charts. We have ribbon charts. Then we have waterfall charts. We have funnels. We have pie charts, donuts. We have tree maps. We have a world map as well. So you can also do an analysis. I think Google, if I'm not mistaken, it uses Bing for the development of maps. So say you want to understand the sales, you're an international company and you want to understand your sales throughout the world. So what it'll do is, if you put in the latitude and longitude of every point around the world, right, that you are distributing and you're selling your product, it'll go and put bubbles all over the world map, and it'll show you like the scale of the bubble. The bubble is big. It means that that's a big customer that has supported you. You know, if it's a small bubble somewhere in Brazil, then you know it's a customer that has supported, but not as much. So you can also do a geographical map of your analysis. Then we have gauges, we have cards, multi-row cards, we have KPIs. The filter, this is something that we're going to be using very often, right? We have tables, we have matrices. Now here's where we also have R script visual and Python visuals, right? So remember I was saying that you can also go and develop your custom, your visual using Python. So those that can code in Python, this gives you the ability to use, to bring in all your Python libraries, you know, and develop your own visual. Then we have key influences. We have decomposition trees, Q&A functions, smart narrative, paginated reports. And we have also Power Apps, as I explained, so you can embed it in apps. If you have an app or survey data that's done on an app, you can immediately feed all that data straight into Power BI. So there's no middle section. You can develop the app in such a way that as soon as the student clicks on, you know, complete, that they've completed the survey, immediately it'll take it into Power BI without any, you know, middle person, provided that the flow is set up correctly as well. All right, so these are all the visuals that we see that are pre-built as you open Power BI. Now, if we go and click on these ellipses, right, next to the Power Automate, these three ellipses, okay, and we click on Get More Visuals, right? Let's all click on Get More Visuals. Okay, it's going to ask you to sign in. So just sign in if you haven't already. Anybody having struggle signing in? Okay, so let's wait for it to render. There we go. Okay, so here's all the Power BI visuals. Okay, and as I said, there's hundreds of them, right? There's hundreds of visuals that you can use. It's good to filter your visuals because there's third-party visuals and then there's also Power BI approved visuals. Okay, so for example, if you want to remember with third-party visuals, you are, depending on how nice they are, you are limited. You know, you might be able to bring in one measure, but if you want to bring in two measures, then you have to pay like $400 a month. So the prices are quite ridiculous. But I mean, yes, if it's a visual that you really need, then you can choose to pay for it. Or if you know how to code the same visual in Python, which is what I've done, you can do that. Code it in Python and you save yourself from having to pay monthly fees, which is around $250 to $500 a month, just to use one visual, right? So what's nice is we can now navigate down to the type of visual that we want. So let's go to organizational, not organization. Let's go to filter by analytics. Is it filtering? Yes, okay, advanced analytics, right? And let's look at some of the visuals that they have, right? So they have lollipop column. They have line graph with text, SPC X bar S charts. They have scatter plots. You know, there's a whole host of different visuals that we can we can use. And this is the beauty of Power BI. You're not limited by any visual. It's all here for you to use. All right. So anybody has any questions around Power BI visuals and the marketplace?
May I ask a question, please?
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Hi, this is Evan from UFS. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Just a quick question. How do you know if it's free or paid for?
Okay. So for example, let's see. Okay, so if I go in here and let's just choose a random visual. Let's go to Sankey, right? Let's go to a Sankey chart. If I click on this chart, okay, it's going to tell you that this visual is certified by Power BI. So if it's certified by Power BI, then usually there is no fees that's attached to it, right? So in this case, it's fine. But when you open it up here, it'll tell you that additional charges may incur if you need further. So let's actually find another visual. There's a lot of them. Let's see. Let's go back. Let's look at the ultimate waterfall maybe. It's certified by Power BI. Okay, no, this one, so that was free. Let's go down. Okay, let's look at Box and Whisker, maybe.
There's a circle KPI gauge that is not certified. It's not PBI certified, but it doesn't give any indication of costs.
Yes, so I'm just trying to find a good example. I know they give costs here. I see they've also updated the interface as well. So I'm just trying to find something with, oh wait, hold on. So this is what I've got to tell you. If it has a blue tick, that means it's certified by Power BI. So if it doesn't have a blue tick, that means it's not. And usually the ones that are not certified are paid, or you have to pay for it. But it's not giving us the price before it used to. I'm just trying to see why it's not. Yeah. Let's see. Google Maps. Let's see for this. Okay. So there we go. It says pricing, additional purchase may be required. So say you can bring in the visual, you can use it, but it's going to give you just a touch of what it can offer. And then as soon as you drag some extra column into it, it's going to have a pop-up that says you've exceeded what the visual can offer. Please, can you click on this link to go and purchase it? And it'll take you to that third-party website, and you will obviously have to put in credit card details or whatever and purchase the app. So this is what I was looking for, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Right, so, you can go wild, right? And this you can view in your own time and see all the different types of visuals that are available to you. Okay, so we can close this by clicking on the cross on the top right and back to where we left off, which is developing the two measures, which is average final mark and students enrolled. Okay, so let's start off with the first maybe one or two visuals. Okay, so I want to do a count of students by campus, right? Can anybody suggest a possible or the appropriate visual to use for a count of students by campus? Pie chart, 100%. Thanks, Ashton. Pie chart, or you could even use a donut chart as well. Both work, right? So for us to now bring in these measures into a visual, let's go to this donut chart that we see, right? It's this hollow circle. Okay, it's got a hole in the middle. Let's click on it, and what Power BI is going to do, it's going to open up this blank text or this blank box that's going to say select or drag fields to populate this visual. Okay. So what you can do is, and say you don't know, right? So we have this box, and if you look under the visualizations pane, right at the bottom, it's going to give you a legend right? It's going to say add data fields here. It's going to give you details, add data fields here. It's going to give you values, and it's going to give you tooltips, right? So what you want to do is, there's one of 3 ways that you can drag measures into a visual, right? So for now, just watch what I do, and you can choose either one that you prefer, okay? You can click on the measure, and you can drag it into the box. That's the first way. Can you see by default, it's added it to values, right? And it makes sense. That's where we want to add the numeric information. We want it to be under values, right? That's the first method. The second method is taking the measure and actually dragging it to the visual, right? That can work. Secondly, is by clicking on the little tick box to the left of it. If you click on the text box, and provided that you have selected the visual you want to add it to, it will add it to values. Okay? So whichever method of the 3 methods you're more comfortable with, usually what I do is I just take it and drag it in. Because sometimes I have so many visuals and I want to make sure I've dragged it into the right visual. So for me, it works just to take it and drag it. Okay, and you'll see that it has added it to values. Okay, so remember now, I wanted to do an analysis of the count of students by campus, right? So I've said what I wanted. So I've developed my measure that does the count. Now what I want to do is bring in campus, okay? And remember, where do we bring campus from? We bring it from our lookup table, right? That's why we created the lookup table, okay? So let's go, where would campus be, right? Campus would be under program data, okay? So if we go to program data, we can see campus, right? What we want to do is we want to make campus the legend, right? Because we want to have a legend so that people know what colors represent what campus, right? So if I take campus, click on it, and I drag it to the legend field, this is what it's going to do for us. It's going to create this very first measure or visual rather that we see here. So immediately, okay, we can say that 57 students in the MESO, we have 885 students in the Pietermaritzburg campus, 787 on these students enrolled. Okay, and then it's also giving us the percentage. 3.3% is in the MESO, 45.52% is in main campus, and 51.9% is in the Pietermaritzburg campus. So immediately we can see which is the biggest in terms of the students that are registered. It's at the Pietermaritzburg campus. Any questions about this visual before we go into other editing properties of the visual? Any questions? Has everybody replicated the exact same? So yes, thanks for that, Ashton. We're going to create another measure or another visual, sorry, for site. So this is just the first measure, visual, sorry. Okay, so we have students enrolled by campus. So can you see when I said how we name the measure? So if we, abbreviated this or called this something else, then it would have brought that in here. Okay, so if there isn't any other questions, I was going to look at the chat and make sure. Okay, let's look at some of the properties that we can change. Okay, so if I click on this visual, right, and next, if you see where this paintbrush icon is in the middle, right, this paintbrush icon under the visualizations tab, you will see a little paintbrush icon. Click on that paintbrush icon, and it's going to give you options. Okay, so let's go through what these options are. Okay, the first option is general. Right? And general is basically giving you the coordinates and the width and height of your visual. So where do you want to place it on this page? Right? In terms of the X position, where do you want to place this visual in terms of the Y position? What is the width? So I can change the width to 450. Okay, it's going to make it wider. I can change the height to 300. Okay, it's going to make it longer, right? And then we can go and add text, like a description if you want, right? Not very popular, but you can go and add a text if you want, right? That's general. Then we have legend properties, okay? So here you can select where you want the legend. You want the legend to be positioned on the right, on the bottom, on the left, top center, bottom center, left center. Do you want a title for your legend, right? And if so, what do you want the legend name to be? I can disable it. It's going to remove campus, right? If I bring it back, it's going to bring it back, okay? I can go and select the font. Cool. If you forget to include a variable in your lookup table, can you still retrieve it and use it? Yes, cool, 100%. If you forget something, all you can do, or you have to do, is go back to transform data, and you can go and select the column that you want to bring into the lookup table and bring it in. By all means, you can either join it to the table that has it, or you can go back to your applied steps and bring it in that way. Okay. Right. So this is basically giving us all the what do you call this, functionality to change the formatting of the legend, right? So we can change the text, we can make it bold, italic, we can underline it, right? If we go to data colors, right? Say we don't like blue, we can change the blue of Peter Maritzburg to gold. Okay, it's going to change it to gold. And in the miso, we don't like orange, we can make it black or brown. Okay, so, and we can change the purple to maybe blue. Okay, so we can go crazy with the colors here, right? So you can either use the pre-selected colors that you see here, or if you go to more colors, you can put in the hex colors, or the what's it called, the RGB colors. Okay, so either or you can select. So you can go wild in terms of your colors, right? And as I also said, is you can go and also create a theme, right? You can choose city park, you can choose, you know, any one of these themes. Can you see what it does when you select these themes? So you can also go and create your own custom theme if you want. But we're not going to spend too much of time on creating a theme. It's not really the focus here, okay? So we have data colors. Then we have detail labels, okay? So what is detail labels? The detail labels is what you see here, right? This 885 and this 51.19%. You can choose just to show the count, right? You just want the count. So you want the data value, which is 885. You don't want the percentage, right? So we can go and add that, or we can choose to have all detail labels. So in this case, it'll show you Peter Maritzburg, 885, and the percentage. Okay, but then that makes the legend a bit redundant in this case. So for this selection, let's just select data value and percent of total. Okay, so we can select that, and we can go and change the units. Right? Sometimes if you have large numbers, you can make it thousands, millions, billions, and trillions. Okay, you can change the decimal places of the percentage. So say we only want one decimal place. Okay, so sorry, it'll be percentage decimal places. You can choose one. Oh, that's for your value. So 885.00. So in that case, it doesn't make sense to have anything there. But for your percentage, you can also select the if you go to percent of total and you select 1, right? You can select that as 1. Okay. Right. So this is giving you all the what you can change in terms of the data label, detail labels. Then we can go to shapes. Right. So shapes will basically tell you what you want the start angle to be. You know, you can change the start angles of your colors. Where do you want it to be placed? That's totally up to you. Your inner radius, how big do you want the circle in the middle to be? Do you want it to be looking like a pie chart, or you want it to be looking like that? You know, you can choose so many options, right? Then we have typo. Okay, so remember I was telling you that even if you didn't follow a standard naming convention, you can go to title and you can go and rename it here. Okay, so here you can go, you know, say total students enrolled. So if I type in total in front, it'll say total students enrolled by campus, and then you can format that. You know, sometimes we like the heading of the visual to be at the center. You know, maybe we want it to be bold. So we can go and change that. You might want to italicize it as well. Okay, so you can go and play with that. Then we have background. So background is changing the white space behind the visual, right? So you can also go and change that if you want to, and we'll focus on more the background and the colors right at the end. So for now, we just want to get the visuals in place. Okay, lock aspects is if you want to lock the visual so that it's not movable and you don't want anyone to interfere with it. You can add a border if you want to the visual, and obviously select details in terms of the color and what radius you want the border to be. We have shadows. So some people like to put shadows on the visuals. But remember, if you're creating a dashboard, you want to avoid, it's called dashboard garbage. You know, you don't want the focus to be on the prettiness of the dashboard. You want it to be on the actual context or the contents of the visual. So Jean, can you import a font if it's not there? So there is ways of importing it. And usually where you would find that is in some of the third-party apps. In terms of the pre-built fonts, you know, if you go to, for example, the title, you know, and we want to change the font family, right? So we go to the font family and they give you pretty much this is what you're limited to in Power BI, but in some of the third-party apps, they do offer other types of fonts. But I mean, you know, if you're part of like the Power BI community group, and if there's a need for a specific font and they get, you know, the community to insist that this font is available, then in the next update of Power BI in the version 0.3 or whatever version it is, they will bring it in. So they do definitely listen to the community and add, you know, whatever you request, provided that there's a need for it. Okay, so we also have, remember I was telling you about shadows. So we want to avoid too much of prettiness, because that just takes away the point of what we're trying to convey in our report, right? And then tooltips is if those that know what tooltips are, it's just giving you further drill down features into looking into other visuals. But that's something that obviously is covered much later on. And then visual headers. So visual headers is what you see in terms of the settings of this visual. You can go and enlarge it if you want by clicking on this expand button in the middle, right? Or you can click on the filter. Right? So it filters the slicer based on the filters that you've set out in the top. Okay, but yeah, it's not very popular that people use this visual headers anyways. All right, so again, what you'll find in all the other visuals that we're going to look at is a very similar setup in terms of what can be changed in terms of the format of the visual. All right, so for now, I'm quite happy with this visual, right? And now the second visual that I would like to create is the total students by site. Okay, so anybody can suggest, and you know, sometimes we like to break up visuals. We don't like to use the same pie chart. And remember, categorical data is represented using bar charts mostly. If you got time, it's represented using line charts. And you know, you can also categorically represent using pie charts, which is what we've done here. So pie chart can work. So yeah, it's important that you use the correct visual for the correct data. Okay, it's important. And there's a lot of textbooks and a lot of online support that guides you in terms of what are the correct visuals. There's even a textbook that's written by, I can't remember the author's name, but he gives you, or she gives you a whole analysis in terms of choosing correct visuals for correct data representations. So you can also, you know, if you want to go into that detail, you can look into it there. So can anybody suggest, right, what visual we could choose for site? Right? We want to do a total count of students by site. Let's break it up. Let's not use a pie chart. Let's not use a donut chart. Okay, anybody? Right, bar chart. Okay, Deepti, that's definitely something we can use. So if I click on clustered column chart, right? It's the fourth one right on the top, second from the right, okay, on the first row. If we click on that, right, it's going to ask us to select or drag the field that we want to populate into this visual. So I'm going to drag in students enrolled, and under the axes, I'm going to put site. Okay, site. Okay, so what you can see now is the total count of students that are enrolled in Riverside, Ritson, ML Sultan, Steve Biko, City Campus, Indomiso, Brickfield, and then we have obviously some selection that was null. Okay, so not too sure about the nulls. Maybe it might be students that are maybe working from or studying from home, possibly. I'm not sure. Maybe Ku or Ashton can give more context into the nulls. Ashton, Ku, do you have anything about the nulls?
We pulled this in using student performance, right? Where did you pull this in from? Sorry.
Yes, student performance.
Yeah, and I think our data is mainly for the first semester. So students would have been annual or second semester. We wouldn't get results. I don't know if that would affect it in some
Okay,
ways.
I see Ashton said data capture. Yes, poor data. Okay. All right, cool. So again, we have to cater for this, where we have these nulls. And you could either cater for it again in the Power Query editor if you want to totally remove it, or you could also cater for it in the actual visual itself. All right, so Deepti, thanks for suggesting this visual, but what I also enjoy using, that's quite attractive and that stands out is something called a tree map. Okay, so if you click on this visual, right, and you click on tree map, what it's going to do is it's going to create this visual that we see here. Right? So, I mean, it's totally up to you what you want to use. But for me, this stands out, and if you hover over the block, each visual is very interactive. So it'll tell you what site, it'll tell you the count of students enrolled. Ritson, 428, ML Sultan, 292, Steve Biko, 190, and so on. If you hover over each of the blocks, it gives you more information. All right, so these are basically the first two, just to introduce the whole section, just a count of students by campus and by site. But now we want to understand more detail, right? We want to know now, let's get into the actual marks, the interesting bit. What is the average mark and what is the average student or the student success rate by campus, by site, by department, So before we get into that, right, remember we had that null. Okay, so we can see we're picking up two nulls here. If you want to remove null cases in your visual, right, say you don't want to affect your master data, because remember, if you remove nulls on site, it's going to remove that entire record. So sometimes you might not want to remove it from the data set. You just want to remove it from the visual. Okay, it's very possible to do that. What you do is you click on the visual, right? And then there's a third pane next to visualizations that's called filters. If you click on the filters, right, it gives you filters on the top, filters on this visual, right? So we have site students. Maybe we can add filters that's applicable to this entire page, or we can put filters on all pages, right? So we might want to do further analysis on site, and this null is going to keep popping up on this page. So maybe what we want to do is we want to add a filter on this entire page to remove nulls from every visual that we have. Okay, so for us to do that, we find site, right, that is located under program data or whichever data set you're looking at. In this case, we're interested in program data, and you're going to drag site into filters on this page. Okay, and what's going to happen is it's going to give you a basic filtering type, and it's going to ask you to select what you want to include on this page, right? So if I go to select all, it's going to select everything, right? But what I'm not interested in is the nulls. So if I deselect null, it's going to remove nulls from all instances or all visuals in this page. Now, if I go here, and if you remember, we had this small little block that gave us a count of 2. It's now gone. Okay, so we've catered for the error in the front end of Power BI. We didn't want to remove the whole record from the actual data in the back. All right, so we've now catered for removals of nulls. Could we please have a general poll just to see if everybody's up to speed and with us? Thanks, Fatima. Is there any questions? Please post it on the chat before we move on to the more complex visuals now with other measures. Okay, there's a poll there if everybody could just check in. Okay, perfect. So everybody is on par. Okay, that's great. All right, so what we're going to do now, as I said, is we want to now analyze geographical analysis by student success and by average mark. Okay, or maybe one of them. All right, so what we want to now do is create some space on this page, right? Because we have 2 very big visuals here and we need to maximize, the space that we can work on. So if you click on the blank white space on this page, right? And then you go to the paintbrush icon under the visualizations tab. It's going to give you an option to select page size. Okay. So if you click on the drop down on page size, it's going to give you by default the size of the page. Now Power BI works in pixels. Okay. It doesn't work in standard page sizes, like your A4s, A3s, it works in pixels. So what you're going to do is you're going to click on the drop down under type where it says 16:9, and you're going to go to custom. Okay. Then what you're going to do is you're going to keep the width as is. We can increase the width later on when we want to. For now, let's just make the height 1,200 pixels. Okay, so you can see that it gives us now this more real estate to play with. Okay, everybody's done that? All right, great. So now, okay, what we want to create is the analysis that shows the average mark as well as the student success rate by geographical location. Okay, so we've already created the measure for average final mark, right? So now we need to create a measure for student success, right? And if you remember yesterday when we were in the Power Query Editor and I did the grouping and the custom columns, I showed you how we calculate student success, right? But we don't want to do those calculations in the back. We want to do it as a measure because we don't want to complicate our model unnecessarily, right? That's why we have measures. So we're going to want to create another measure, right? And this leads us on to the next thing that we're going to discuss, which is called measure branching, okay? So measure branching is or also known as measure, nested measures, is where we call measures in measures, right? So we have like a whole host of measures in a measure. Okay, that's called measure branching. And that's exactly what we're going to do here. All right. What I want is for everyone to pay attention before they do anything. I'm going to show you how some people would do it, which is not an optimal way, and how you actually should do it. Okay. So if I right click on geographical measures, right, and I click on new measure. Okay. So what I want to create now is a measure called student success rate, right? So we agree that we have to use AverageX, right? Because I explained the aggregation that function does, okay? We want to divide the FTE credit divided by the FTE enrolled, right? So what some people would do and what you would do in Excel is just say average, okay, AverageX of the table, which is performance data, right? And we are interested in FTE credit, right? And they would say divided by AverageX performance data again, FTE enrolled. Let's see which one it is. It might be that one. Yes, right, excluding cancellations, right? This is what most people would do. And can you see, this is just dividing two things by each other. And you can see already it looks a bit complicated. So imagine if you like have 10 variables in your numerator and you have 5 variables in your denominator. This can get very ugly very quickly, right? So this, yes, it will work, but it's not the best way to do it, right? What you do is you first aggregate each individual metric first. So you take an AverageX of FTE credit, done, save it. Then you do FTE enrolled, excluding cancellation, save it. Then you create a third measure and you divide both those measures. You call both those measures and you divide them. So that's called measure branching. You want to create, and don't worry about creating 10 measures and ultimately only using one of them because you're just dividing all of them into one measure. Don't be afraid of that. The whole point of measures is it takes up no space. So even if you want to get one output and that one output requires 50 measures, go the 50 measure route. It'll make your life much, much easier, especially when you have to go back and debug. Now imagine looking at code with 500 lines, right? This is line 1. If you have 500 lines, you know, this can get very, very ugly very, very quickly. Okay, so we want to avoid doing all aggregations in one measure. Okay, so in saying that, can everybody, let me delete this and let's start again. Can everybody right click anywhere on the two measures in geographical measures? Right click and go to new measure. Okay, and what we want to do is we want to create the very first measure called FTE credit. Okay, and what we want to do is we want to sum up the FTE credits. So we're going to say sum, and remember it's not just sum, it's going to be sum X, right? Of performance data, we call the table that we want, comma, the column that we're interested in, which is FTE credit. Right? And then we close the brackets. And that is our first measure that we're going to need to calculate student success. Right? Any questions? Any people struggling or anyone doesn't understand the concept of measure branching or nested measures? Okay, cool. So let's create our third measure. Okay, I'll give everybody another 15 seconds just in case they're still busy with FTE credit. Okay, let's right click again under geographical measures and let's go to new measure again. Okay, now we want to do FTE enrolled. Okay, so let's call that FTE enrolled. Okay, is equal to again sum X of the table that we're interested in, which is performance data. And what we want to call is FTE enrolled excluding cancellations, right? And that is our second measure that we need. Okay, and then finally, what we're looking for is the student success, right? Which is a division between those two measures. Okay, I'll give another 5 to 10 minutes, 10 seconds for those that are needing to complete this measure. All right, great. Now for our third measure. So we're going to right click again, and we're going to create a new measure, and we're going to call this student success. Right? And again, right? A lot of people are going to do this. They're going to say FTE. Okay, now notice when you call a measure, as you type it in, right? FTE credit, can you see that it has a calculator logo next to it? Now that's telling you that you're calling a measure, you're not calling a data column. Okay, so it's reminding you, you're calling a measure that you just created. So we want this FTE credit divided
Sorry,
by
Akshay. Sorry, Akshay, can we please go back to the first measure?
Sure, we can.
So,
Okay. The first measure, you mean FTE credit?
yeah.
Okay. So you know how to create a measure, right?
Yeah, you go and right click there, and then new measure.
So what we're going to do in this measure is we're going to call the first one FTE credit, and it's equal to sum x. Okay. And remember, for sum x, we first call the table, then we call the column. Right? So the table that we're interested in is performance data. Right? And then our second input or field is the FTE credit, the column that we actually want to sum up.
Okay. All right.
Okay, that's your first measure, right? And then the second measure, right? You're going to create another measure now. Okay, and it's going to be called FTE enrolled. Okay, which is just sum x of the table, performance data, and the column, which is FTE enrolled, excluding cancellations.
Excluding cancellations.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, that's our second measure. Now we're going to go into the third measure, right? So the third measure, if I right click, right, new measure.
Yeah.
All right. Yes, Anela, we are scheduled for a break. Just after we create this measure, we will now go for a break. Okay, so the third measure is finally the student success. Okay. So before you start typing, you can type in the name of the measure, but don't type anything after the equal sign. Let me just explain something, right? What a lot of people is going to do is they're going to say FTE credit with the divisor sign by FTE enrolled. Okay, so although this might be perfectly fine and it will work, Power BI is not going to complain. If I click on the tick, it's going to be happy, right? But say you are dealing with a lot of data, right? And sometimes you might get instances where the divisor is 0. Okay, so what's going to happen when you divide any number by 0? It's undefined, right? Undefined. So what could happen, right? If you ever get that case, is that your visual is going to break, right? It's not going to break your measure. Your measure is fine. The syntax is perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with your measure, but your visual is going to break. And when you want to click on to see what the error is, it's going to give you some, you know, usually these errors, they're not straightforward. They're not going to tell you you are dividing by a non-zero or a 0 value, and that's why. Sometimes they'll give you, you know, these forward slashes and backslashes and all these confusing error signals, and you're not going to know, you know, what's the problem until you Google it, and then somebody from some, you know, some online help will tell you, listen, you're dividing by 0. So the best practice method is whenever you want to divide two numbers together, right? You call the function for divide. Okay. So when you call the function divide, you can see what its inputs are, right? We need the numerator followed by a comma, denominator followed by a comma. And if this result is not true, right? So for example, if we divide by 0, what should the alternate result be? Okay. If it is divided by 0, then I want the measure just to put a 0. So do this. If this is not met, put a 0. Okay, so similar to your if statement. So what we're going to call in the numerator is we're going to say student success is equal to divide, open brackets, right? Then we're going to call FTE credit, comma, FTE enrolled, comma, and if that condition is not met, put a 0, close brackets. Okay, this is the best way to always write this type of function. Okay, avoid using the /, right? And then click on the tick. And that is our next measure completed. Okay, so we can go for tea break now, which is, I think, 10 or 15 minutes. When we come back, we will go into a breakaway session. I'll explain what needs to be done when we get back. And what I'm going to request, and I've explained what analysis we are going to do next. We want to understand the student success rate and the average final mark by different geographical areas or locations. And I want the team to now work together and to understand or see what visuals can be used to represent that exact information. Okay, thanks for that, Ashton. So we could have instances of FTE enrolled equal to 0, where we have transfer students between institutions and between internal programs who have exemptions for subjects. So exactly. So if we had just used the divisor sign, then that would have created a lot of complications for us. So that is why I use this function. So if this condition is not met, put a 0. Okay. Right. So yeah, let's go off for tea and then I'll see everybody at 11:01. Okay, thanks for that, Ashton. When we come back, we will adjust this formula. Thank you. I'll see everybody at 11:01. Hi, everyone. I think the break was meant to be 15 minutes. So if people need another 3 minutes more, we can. Or if you're ready to start, we can also do that.
Sorry, Jay, we resume.
Sorry, Fatima, can you repeat that?
Sorry, I was just asking, did you call on me? Are we resuming?
Yes, I think the break was meant to be 15 minutes, but I said 10 minutes. So for those that need another 2 minutes, they can take it. Sorry, Fatima. What I said is that the lunch break was meant to be 15 minutes, but I said 10. So for those that needed the extra 2 to 3 minutes, they can take it. Thank you.
Right, so we resume at 11:10.
It's 11:06 actually. All right, colleagues, if everyone is back, just put your hand up and we can resume, please. Okay, I see 10 participants have their hands up, so we just need to wait for a few more. Fatima, sorry, can you see how many hands are up? I saw 10 early on, but I see it disappeared for me now.
It's 13 currently. No, now 15, 16. I think people are steadily coming back. Azra's back, 17. Colleagues, can you please raise your hand using the reaction button at the bottom? Thank you. Okay, Stembiso. Just 8 folk. Just awaiting 8 more people. Six more to go. Tabello, Fortune, Kagiso, Evan, and Jacques, can you please raise your hand? Okay, Evan's there, thank you. So it's just 5 folk that aren't, oh, 4. Akshay, I think you can start now. There's just 4 more folk that will probably get on board now.
Okay, all right. Thanks, Fatima.
Sure.
All right, so welcome back. Let's continue. So as I mentioned, sorry, Jacques Berta said sound is bad on my side. Can everybody else hear me clearly, or am I breaking up?
I can hear you.
Quick sound check.
Everyone else seems to be hearing you.
All right, yeah, everyone just make sure that your volume is maxed out 100%. Maybe that might help, or put in some headphones. That might improve the experience. Okay, cool. So let me share my screen again. So I'm just going to explain now. It's just going to be, we're going to break away into our sessions. And what I want is obviously for the team to do some development on their side. It's the only way you're going to learn. And it's important that you understand how to use these measures, drag them into visuals, edit the measure, and most importantly, choosing the correct visual to represent the data. All right, so for this breakaway session, what I want everyone to do is to select an appropriate visual where we can view the student average pass mark, the student success rate by campus and by site. Okay. And what I also want, right, is for everyone to also place a table, so a table visual, and tabularize what they see in the visual. So basically, sometimes people like to look at charts to look at performance because it's easier to visualize and see what stands out. And then some people also prefer to see the numeric version or the representation of the data. So Power BI also has tables and matrices, as I pointed out earlier on. So basically what you represent in the actual visual that you select, represent that in a table as well. All right. And what we're going to do is, so everybody's going to get a chance to do this in their breakaways. And when we do come back, maybe we can just have a feedback session where everyone is getting the same thing. So tell me basically, what is the data saying? You know, who are the highest performing campuses? Who are the highest performing sites, the worst performing? You might get that you have the highest average mark for a campus, but they're the worst performing in terms of student success. So, tell me, is there a relationship that exists between student success, or is there a relationship, or maybe a relationship doesn't exist? So that's important. And yeah, I think we can give everybody around 15 to 20 minutes, maybe 15 minutes. It shouldn't take that long because we've already developed the measure. And then when we get back, we can have a general feedback session on what the data is saying. Is everybody comfortable in terms of what needs to be done?
Can I ask that you just type it in the chat, please, so that we know what you said, the average mark and student success by campus and by site. That's what I heard. I just would like to confirm if you can put it in the chat. Thanks.
All right, sure. So choose.
Actually, just a suggestion. You want to do it both by campus and site. I'm not quite sure why. Do we maybe want to do it perhaps gender? I think that's usually quite an interesting one that, most of us experience the sort of the gender gap.
Yes, so
cool.
Currently we're focusing on geographical analysis.
Oh,
so we will.
Got it.
Yeah, so once we get to the biographics, that's when we'll apply more visuals on gender. And so remember, we're still going to be adding filters to this page where we can have a gender filter. So we can filter by male, female, by race. So we are getting there. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. So it's just basically a drill down analysis. So we want to choose an appropriate visual to represent student success and average final mark by site and campus. Also represent this information visual. Okay, and obviously if there's any complications, then I will be hopping in between each group, so I can also assist in terms of that as well. Okay, so I put it in the chat and it says choose an appropriate visual to represent student success and average final mark by site and campus. Also represent this information in a table visual. All right, so ultimately what we're going to have is 4 visuals, right? 2, whichever visual you decide will best represent average final mark and student success. And then you're going to have 2 tables that represent the numeric equivalent. All right, is everybody clear? Okay, and then once we get back, Ashton, I remember your comment on the filter. So when we get back, we can look at the filters and what needs to be done in that department. Okay, so Fatima, could we please arrange for the breakaways to start now?
Okay, I've created 4 rooms, right? So there's about 6 or 7 participants in each room. Is that too much or is that fine?
That's fine, I think.
Okay, great.
Would they prefer to be work in smaller groups?
Jerry can't hear you. Sorry.
Sorry, are people comfortable with 6, 7 people per group, or would they prefer to work in
Should I?
smaller groups?
Akshay,
Yes.
what you want us to do now, the graphic for the final mark and success rate by Saide and by Kamba. How is it different from what we've just done here?
What we've just done is the total count of students. So we understand how many students are on each site and campus. But what we want to do now is look at the student success and the average final marks now. So we're moving away from the count of students to the success rates and final marks.
Oh, all right.
Okay.
Good.
All right, so I'll hop into each breakaway and I'll assist where I can.
Okay, I'm opening it up now.
Thank you. Fatima, sorry, is this a breakaway room or is this still the main room? I see Alan has his hand up and 2 other people haven't been assigned. Alan, Jacques, Bodile, are you guys there?
I'm here, but I'm just a lurker.
Okay, are you participating? Are you in the analysis?
No, I'm just listening to the whole, what you're talking about.
Okay, all right. Okay, hi everyone. So well done to everybody. I hope I did attend every breakaway group. I'm sure I did. But I see a lot of the guys were and girls were doing a fantastic job. So well done. A lot of people were on the right track and the discussion was good. Could we maybe just have, before I now go and show you how it should be done, and I think everybody actually has it correct, can we maybe have some discussion around what you found in terms of that data? Just some feedback. Is there a correlation between what you see or not? Let's have a bit of a feedback session. Anyone would like to start off? Maybe we can go one person per group. So group A first. Fatima, do you have a list of the people in the group? Maybe I can just choose at random.
Okay, that was Anel, Ashton, Jacques, Jean Fillion, Kahiso, Mike Swanepoel, and Modile.
Jacques, sorry, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly.
Can you not see the breakout rooms? Actually, you should be able to see it at the bottom.
Thank you for that. Yeah. So Jacques, Bertha, sorry, maybe I know some people were not active in the group. So was Jean Bertha active?
I don't think Jacques attended that. He was still in clean room.
Okay, maybe Jean Villion, would you like to?
Sorry, I lost you.
Yeah, would you like to give us some feedback in terms of the breakaway and developing the visuals and basically what is the data saying? Is there a relationship?
I'm sharing my screen and this is, or should I not share my screen?
100%, well done, yes, you can.
I shared my screen and we just discussed the four figures or the 2 figures and the tables that we need to create. And then we found, I don't know if we are correct, but we found a quicker way. You can just like copy and paste it and change the format of the,
yes.
the thing. So, and as you can see, the student success rate is really similar for the first few, and then you have your lower success rates, but I would think it's more in line. As you can see, it's not that big of a difference, if that makes sense.
So would you say that there's a relationship between the final mark and the student success rates?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Anybody else would like to? Well done, Jean. Thanks for this. Anybody else would like to share their screen and show? Let's look at maybe group 2. I'll just pick at random. Azra, would you like to enlighten us? Did you get a similar analysis to Jean?
Yeah, we also get the similar one, but because someone else did, so I can't share my screen, but our results were exactly the same. So we also think that there is a relation between the student success rate and final marks.
Okay, I see you chose some nice colors there. All right, okay, no, great, that's perfect. So Jean, sorry, I can't remember how yours exactly looked. Did yours look similar to this? I think your first one was correct.
My spacing was just
okay. You're scaling
a bit neater, not neater, but
yeah.
Okay, no, great. Well done, guys.
We played with colors instead.
Yes, I can see that. Remember, visual representation is very important. If there's no color, your dashboard is boring and it's not going to draw anybody's attention. So yes, color is very, very important.
Actually,
all right, so
Akshay, one more thing. We went on and we said perhaps the color can be used to represent campuses and sites so that people reading the graphs or interpreting the graphs know then there's a relationship between a specific color, so just easier to read.
Yes, well done, definitely. We can go into that detail. That's usually done right at the end, but definitely we will assign probably specific colors to specific campuses or sites so that if you see blue, you know blue is Ritson campus, and everywhere you see blue, it matches to the same, so everything is just tied up neatly. Thanks for that. Room 3, can we maybe have Deepthi?
Hi, Akshay. We also got kind of the same analysis like the previous two groups. And I'm not able to share my screen because I didn't really do it on my own. So I'm not sure if
that developed it, can he share his screen and you can talk to it?
Okay, I think Evan did it in our group, so I'm not sure if he can share his screen. Okay, thanks, Evan. So we also got the same analysis. There is a relationship between our final mark and student success.
Okay, all right. Okay, that's interesting. Well done. Thank you. All right, and then finally, room 4. Can we have Lerato? And possibly the person who developed it can maybe share their screen.
I'm not sure if this is part of our group, but
yes.
If it
Please,
is,
you can go ahead, Soli.
We've got similar results in terms of what we've just seen here. I'm almost too scared to show it because if you speak about spacing and colors and stuff like that, maybe I didn't.
No, don't feel shy. Don't feel shy.
Fashion. But there's one graph. You can also just click on a graph and say show as a table, and then you get the screen that I've got there.
Exactly.
I'll now go back. I just wanted to say where the others said there's a relationship. I don't really agree with that, especially if I look at campus, because if you look at Pietermaritzburg, it's got a low final mark but a high success rate. But okay, that's just the statistician in me that is trying to speak there. But there's the rest.
And you're perfectly correct in saying that.
Yeah, and these two tables that I show you here, I know they're wrong. That's why I've shown you the other one. But yeah, it's
okay.
this kind of software is the same as my upbringing in the world of statistics. Is you need to go and sit down and play around.
Yes, definitely. Well done.
Thank you.
Well, that's great. Thank you. Ashton, I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, so to better understand the data, our sites are closest linked to our faculties, where the faculties are kind of located within the sites. So you'll see that the Steve Biko campus has got lower average marks as well as lower success rates. And that's because that's where engineering sits. Engineering sits in the Steve Biko campus, and yeah, we know our marks are low, and we know the throughput in engineering is extremely low, and they're quite proud of that. Ooh, we've been recorded, and so they're quite proud of having the low pass rates in order to prove how difficult engineering is. So you'll see Steve Biko in engineering is low. Brickfield is one of our smaller boutique campuses, and that's where arts and design sits. And we've gone through a recurriculation process where we've moved from, especially in arts and design, they've moved from annual subjects to recent semesterized. And I think what we see in there is these new programs that have come on board where they've gone from an annual to a first semester, and there's teething problems happening within the semester, especially with regards to the workload that the students have to do. So they're picking up additional general education modules, and their older modules have just been repackaged with the new course code, subject code, and they haven't really taken into account the notional hours that the students are spending on it. Conversely, if we're looking at the sites for ML Sultan and for Ritson, those are our accounting and informatics and management sciences. And typically in those faculties, we've got very high pass rates and very high success rates, as well as Riverside. Riverside is also, I think, mainly management sciences. Engineering sits in the Miso campus. So where we've got faculties, we're starting to see these faculty trends coming through in the sites and in the campuses. And I think that's where that understanding of the data helps in terms of what we're seeing and why we're seeing the trends. Typically, we would imagine that for Pietermaritzburg, our pass rates and our success rates should typically be lower because there the students are coming from a more of a disadvantaged background, and more work is needed in terms of bridging the gap between high school and university. Okay, but we're definitely seeing faculty trends coming through with regards to engineering on the Steve Biko campus and accounting and informatics and management sciences on ML Sultan, Written, and Riverside.
Thanks, Ashen, for that clarity. I think that's given us much more context.
And as you say, this is real data. So that's why, yeah.
Exactly. And I think the fact that we're basing this on real data, now you see how, how beneficial Power BI can be in terms of giving you this understanding that you need, especially when you're looking at, if your focus wants to be on the problem areas, like for the Peter campus, what can be done to maybe improve the student success or the average final marks. So this is where the informed decision-making can definitely come from. And I see Koo said that also programs with more practicals were impacted by COVID and studying online. So yes, definitely. But I guess, as we further develop other visuals, we can get more clarity in terms of that. So Ashton, I know you're talking about...
Akshay, and also to add, Brickfield campus is also arts and design students. And we saw our arts and design students really battled moving onto the online environment because their work is so practical based, and they actually aren't that computer literate because a lot of them are older students who come and study the arts and design courses. So where we've got a boutique campus like Brickfield with this fashion and textiles and that, there we can see the lower pass rates and success rates is the older students as well who are battling with the technology gap in terms of moving into the online blended multimodal that we had in 2020. Sorry.
Thanks, Ashton. Feedback is very important. Thank you. All right, so I'm going to share my screen now, and we're going to, I'm basically going to just replicate what you guys have done. So you can just see what I've done, and you would all obviously follow the same process. So just let me know when everyone can see my screen. Okay, can everyone see it? Cool. So let's start off by first selecting our visual. So all of us used a line and clustered column chart. So what I'll do is I'll just drag in that visual there. And what I will do is I will drag in my average final mark into column values and my student success into line values. So a lot of people would have picked up that we still left this in decimal form, and I saw one person actually did already convert this to a percentage. So well done. So in Power BI, we don't necessarily multiply our visual by 100 to convert it into a visual, into a percentage. When you click on the visual, automatically it takes you to this top panel here, where we can actually go and convert the number into a percentage. So very similar to how we have it in Excel. So if I click on the percentage icon, it will convert this number into a percentage. And you can then go and increase the precision if you want to as well. So that can be very helpful. All right, so we said that the first thing we were going to do is student success and average final mark by campus. Right, so then that gives us this information. And the good thing to remember, if you want to understand trends or your focus is on student success, it's very hard to look at, if your student success isn't ordered either ascending or descending order. Sometimes it's hard for your mind to try and visualize and understand what's exactly happening. So if your focus is on student success, right, on the top right of the visual, you see these three ellipses, right? If you click on the ellipses, you can actually sort the axis by student success, right? And we want to see probably the worst performing to best performing. So we can sort it in ascending order. So exactly, we can see worst performing, and then we can also see a clear relation that there isn't actually a correlation between the student success and average mark by campus. Because we can see Indonesia sitting around the middle, or actually having the highest average mark, has almost the middle in terms of student success. So again, you know, to make sure that your visual is easily readable and understandable, it's important to order your data, either in ascending or descending, okay? So this is the first visual, okay? Then we wanted to tabularize this information. So as somebody pointed out, the easier way, okay, you can go and create it from scratch, click on the table and drag in your visuals, right? But what you could also do is you could just copy, so Control C and V, right? And then just go and change this to a table. And it's done, right? And similar to how we do it, you know, with, okay, Excel maybe it's not that, you know, that's similar, but what we can do is we can also order this. So if you click on this arrow under student success, you can actually assign it, you know, in ascending order. So again, we see the representation of what we see in this visual. Okay, and then like similarly for the site, all we can do is drag that. Okay, and then we can change this from campus to site. Okay, and similarly, we can sort the axes. Okay, it is already sorted because we sorted it here. So clearly here, guys, we can see now there is actually no relationship between average final mark and student success. And you can see that very clearly by the bar graphs and this line graph. Okay, what you will also notice is sometimes, you know, when you're showing these visuals, you get a bit of an exaggeration in terms of the percentages or the marks. And that's just because of the scaling of the visual. So again, you know, you can go into the properties of this visual and you can go to the y-axis, right? And you can choose your scale type, right? You can choose it to be linear or logarithmic. You can choose, maybe you want it to start from a specific value and end at a specific value, or you can make it dynamic. You know, this FX is where you can make your inputs dynamic based on what's selected in the filter, but that's obviously covered in more advanced courses. So these ways of also, you know, making that part dynamic. And then again, we can just copy, paste the visual, change it to a table. Okay, everybody comfortable?
Yeah, just scroll down, please, Akshay.
Scroll down, sorry, this is further down I can go.
Oh, okay. I think I've just, okay, let me rescale.
Sorry,
my side.
Let me just drag everything up for you.
Oh, yeah, I'll rescale on my side.
Okay. So colors and stuff we will sort out later. For now, let's just bring in the visuals that we want. Okay. So now that we have it by geographical location, right? Let's maybe add some filters. You know, so remember, it's important to understand your model. So when we are adding filters, we don't want to go and add filters that have campus in it or filters that have site, because think about it, if you filter this entire page by, say, campus, it's going to show you one bar, which doesn't make sense, right? You can't filter what you're already showing. So what you would want to do is add other filters to give you additional context. For example, add in some of the biographical filters. So maybe age, maybe gender, maybe race. You know, that'll give you more context as to, you know, applying the exact same filters that you see here. So in terms of filters, generally, you know, people add like a little block pane here, and that's maybe what I will do. So I'm going to go into the filtering aspect now, and I'm going to show you exactly how we can do that, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create the filter pane to the left of these visuals. So I'm just going to drag that in, and I'm just going to move that here. Okay, so everybody can follow me, please, and do the exact same thing. Let's just bring this a bit down. And I'll also show you how to align. You know, you also don't want things that are misaligned and looking untidy. So I'll show you how to align visuals so everything is neat and tidy. Okay, let's just make this a bit, maybe, let me just make that a bit smaller. And let's drag that in. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a filter pane, right? A filter pane here. So to add a filter pane, it's a bit of a manual process. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to insert, and I'm going to insert a shape, right? So on the top left, click on insert. Okay, make sure you've moved everything as I have it here. and you're going to add a shape. Okay, so the shape that we want to add is, maybe the second one, the rounded rectangle. So the one that's chamfered on the edges. Let's bring in that as a filter pane, and let's move it to this blank space that we have here. Okay, so this is going to be our filter pane. This is where we're going to store all our filters, right? Then what we're going to do is, all right, and remember, you can add hundreds of filters if you want, right? Or you can, for now, we'll just choose 2 or 3 filters, but you can go crazy and add, depending on what analysis and what you want to see, or what the end user wants to see, you can go and add that, right? So for now, I'm just going to add in maybe 2 to 3 filters. So under the visualizations pane, right, on the right-hand side, on the 5th, or maybe the 5th row from the top, the first column, you're going to see this little visual called a slicer, right? So let's click on the slicer, okay? And in the slicer, let's maybe add, so we want to add some biographical information, right? So let's go to student bio data, and let's maybe add gender. Okay, so you can either drag it to the field, or you could drag it in here, right? And usually when I create these panes, depending on how many items are in this pane, I will either choose to make it a tick box, or if I click on this drop down arrow on the right, top right of this visual, I can change it to a drop down as well, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep gender as a tick box, right? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this to be at the bottom here, right? I'm going to add my gender slicer there. Okay. Everybody following? Fatima, could you please send a poll? General one, please. Okay, just let me know if anyone's struggling or anyone's behind. Everyone's okay with developing filters and creating this chamfered box that we have. Please let me know if there's any complications. We can assist everyone. Okay, perfect. All right, so
way behind here.
Okay, not a problem. Can you maybe tell me where you are, and then we can get you up to speed? Sorry, I'm not sure who was speaking. You maybe want to tell me where you are and I can help you? Okay, sorry. Did we lose the speaker?
Actually, can you maybe start with, again, you inserted the rounded rectangle. So all you did was you inserted a shape. Then you went to the visualizations and you went to slicer. And then can you just tell us what you did from there, please? Well, I got a little bit lost from at that stage.
No problem, sorry. All right, so what I did was, right, we clicked on the slicer visual, right? And it opened up this box, okay? Now in this box, it says select or drag fields to populate this visual, right? So what we're gonna do is we are going to take gender from our student bio, right? On the fields tab on the far right. We're going to expand up student bio data, and we're going to drag in gender into this box. Okay, is that fine?
Sorry, yes. Thank you.
Okay, great, right? And then all you're going to do is just click on the visual border and drag it over that chamfered box, that rounded rectangle, or whatever you want to call it, right? And drag it to somewhere in the bottom here. Okay. And we can see it looks a bit ugly because it has a white border, a white background, and then you have a blue, but we will make it look nice, all right? Then we want to add in a second filter, right? So again, let's all go to the visualizations pane. Let's select another slicer, Okay, and to that slicer, we're going to drag in race. Right? Now, because race, we have about 5 options there, right? I'm going to make race a drop down rather than a tick box. So if everybody can just look at my screen and I'll show you, right? So everybody's comfortable with dragging in race into a filter. So to change this from a tick box, right, to a drop down, what we need to do is go to this arrow that points down on the right, top right of the visual, and select drop down. Okay. And then we can resize it and move it to the filter pane. Okay, thanks, Ashton. Yes, that was, I was going to get there as well. Okay, and then we can drag create a third visual, right? So let's create a third slicer. So click on the slicer box again.
Actually, give us a second, please.
No problem.
Ashton, where's this pane? Action.
Hi.
Where's this pane? Where we put this slicers?
It's this visualization pane. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, it's this visualization pane. If it's hidden, then what you need to do is click on this arrow where it says visualization. Click on
Yes,
it.
yes. No, what I'm saying is, yes, I'm with you.
Sorry, complete your question. Maybe I didn't understand.
You know, these slicers that we are creating now, we put it in that green thing. Where do we get that?
This blue box, yes.
Blue, yeah. So excuse me, I don't color blind.
No problem. Yeah, so what we've done is we've just created the filters and then we took the filter, dragged it, and just placed it on the in that chamfered box. Is that fine? Are you okay? Or you maybe want to share your screen and I can help you? Okay, all right, that's fine.
I'm talking here, but I'm muted. My question is, from my side, I don't have that box where you put in the slicers. I'm not sure where to get that.
So do you not maybe want to scroll down your page? Maybe it's hiding. Sometimes leaves it right at the bottom.
No, I didn't do it. I was distracted somehow.
Okay, so you see on the 5th row of this visualization pane, if you're looking at my screen.
Yes.
The 5th row, this is the slicer icon that you're interested in. 5th
Yes.
row, 1st column. You're going to click on that and it's going to open up this blank box.
Yes, I understand that part. But
okay.
after you've done with that one, you drag it to that
yes.
green thing.
Yes.
Yes. Where that canvas, where do you get that canvas? If I may put it that way.
Oh, okay. All right. So to get this blue box that I have here, right, what you're going to do is you're going to go on the top left, right, next to home. There's an insert tab. Click on insert.
Okay.
Right. And you're going to find something called shapes. Right. It's under the elements section, shapes.
Yes. Okay.
Right. Once you click on the drop down, you're going to click on the second one that says rounded rectangle.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. This is just a visual aesthetic. It's not something that's critically needed. It's just going to give you that visual appeal.
All right. All right. Thank you very much.
Not a problem. Everybody else okay? Okay. Right. And then the last filter that we are going to add is academic.
Sorry. How did you convert race to all?
Okay. Cool. So what I've done is, right, is I've made this a drop down because it has 5 options. You know, if you have a lot of options, you don't want to have it as a list because it's going to take up unnecessary real estate. So to convert that, what I did is, right, on the raised a white box, right, you're going to see this drop down arrow right at the top next to that rubber icon. You're going to click on it and you're going to select drop down.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay, and by default, it's going to create a drop-down list where we can go and select African, colored, Indian, no information, and white. Okay. So let's add that here. Okay, let's add that in the middle, and then we're going to add one more filter. Okay, our last filter is going to be academic block code. As Ashton mentioned, we only have student success rates for the first semester. So we're going to drag it into filters, right? And you can see that it's actually creating it as a, what do you call this? It's a between, right? So what we want to do is create it as a drop-down as well. So you're going to click on this arrow, the same process we followed for race. Click on the drop-down on the top right of the visual next to the rubber icon, right? Where it says clear selections, and select drop-down. Okay, maybe we don't use academic block code because some people might not understand what, I mean, 2-1 means semester 1 and 2-2 means semester 2. But let's bring in the column that actually says semester 1, semester 2, right? So if we forget what that column was, right? Everybody can just look at my screen. You don't have to follow me. We just want to find the correct column, right? Because you can always go back to your data and check, right? So let's go to data. Okay, and let's select program data maybe. And we can see that program data is actually academic block. That's what we want. So semester 1 and semester 2. Okay, and then we have exemption, registration, and year. Right, so that's the one that we want to drag into the filter. So we are just going to remove academic block code. So click on the cross, remove it from the visual, and drag in academic block from student or program data. Everybody's comfortable there? Okay. And can you see the beauty that we're actually pulling filters from different data sets? So remember, we can do that because we've set up our model 100%. If that model wasn't set up properly, you will not be able to cross-pollinate and use different data coming from different tables in one sheet. It would be impossible, right? So again, we're going to rescale this visual, right? And we're going to drag it right at the top. So in this filter pane, we should have 3 blocks. Okay, right. So just to improve the aesthetic appeal of this filter pane, can everybody please select the blue box or the chamfered box rather? Select the chamfered box so that it's highlighted. And let's go to fill. Okay, on the right-hand side, it'll say format shape. Okay, so the first option is general, the second option is fill. Click on fill and let's go and change this color to light gray. So the first or maybe second gray, right? Let's go choose the second gray, right? White, 20% darker. Okay, and let's go and change the outline, right? So you can minimize the fill option, go to outline, and let's change the outline to white. Okay, everybody okay so far? Must I repeat that? Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to click on the filter on the block, that blue block, right, or the chamfered block, and on the right-hand side next to fields, it's going to automatically have this format shape. So under general, we have fill. So click on the drop down to the left of the fill name, and we're going to click on the second option on the first column, right, which is that darkish, the middleish gray, right, which says white, 20% darker, right? And then we're going to minimize the fill and we're going to go to the next option, which is outline. And we're going to select the outline color as white, which is the first option right at the top, first column. Okay, so once that's done, then we have something that stands out. So gray will represent filter pane. Wherever we see gray on our dashboard, it's a filter pane. Okay, but now we want to also just maybe make this a bit better, right? Let's go with this white blocks. It looks a bit untidy. So let's click on academic block, right? When you click on academic block, it's going to highlight the block. And on the right-hand side, if you remember that little paintbrush icon I was talking about, click on the paintbrush icon. Okay. Once you have clicked on the paintbrush icon under the visualizations tab on the right, scroll down to background, right? And we want to increase the transparency to 100%. Okay, so when you increase the transparency, what it's going to do is it's going to remove that white background and it's going to give us the drop down now, which is going to be white. Okay, now the beauty about formatting one visual is if everybody knows how to use Format Painter, we can literally, we don't have to go and do it for every single thing now. We just click on academic block, the one that we've formatted. We go to Format Painter and we select race, right? Then we can go to Format Painter, and Format Painter, sorry, it's located on the Home tab under Copy, right? Format Painter. You're going to click on the visual that is formatted and you're going to click on the next visual that needs formatting. Okay. So I don't want to focus on too much of the colors now because I want to move on to the other analyses. As I said, we will come back and, you know, make things pop out, stand out and match the colors. And we can do that later, right? Or it can also be an exercise that you can do by yourself. All right, so everybody, have they been able to do this? Create this filter pane as I created it. Please post the comment on the chat if there's any complications, I can help. Right, so there's no complications now. What we've added is 3 filters, okay? So we can now go and filter this entire data set according to these 3 filters. Koshala, we need to change the color of the tick boxes. All right, well done, thanks Koshala, we can do that. Let's go and do that now, right? So if I click on gender, right? If I click on the gender list, right? Let's go and edit the properties of this dropdown. So if we go to the painter icon, right, under the visualizations tab on the right-hand side, next to fields, we can go to items, right? We can go to items and we can change the font color. So let's make the font color black, right, which is on the very top row, second column. Okay, let's change it to black and let's change the background. Maybe let's make the background a little different, maybe the first gray, so white 10%. Okay, and maybe we can also adjust sorry, so it's the font color that we're changing to black and the background we are changing to the first column, second row, the white, which says 10% darker. Everybody okay? Okay, and what we can go and do is under background, it has outline, right? Click on the drop down next to outline and let's add a frame. Go to the frame right at the bottom. Okay, so here we can go and select the name. So you can see now you've got female and male highlighted. So if you click on the male, it highlights it. If you click on the female, it highlights it. Does that answer you, Koshala? Are you happy?
Yes. It was just
great.
difficult to see that it was actually a tick box.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. Cool. All right. So you can just go and click on male and female and it'll select the tick box for you. So now we've added another dimension to this geographical analysis, right? So yes, as the header states, it's geographical analysis, but we can also filter by academic block code. And as Ashton said, if you click on the academic block code, right, you want to select semester 1, right? And you want it to stay on semester 1. Okay, and then we can go and filter by race now. We can go and do our own analysis. Say we go and select African, and we are interested in both males and females. So if you want to select both gender types, then you just click on control and you click on the next item, right? So you click on female, press down control, click on male, and then you can select both. Or even if you don't select anything, then by default, it selects both as well. So whichever one you prefer. Some people like to see what they've selected. So you can click on male and you can click on female and you can see both are selected. So now we are looking at semester 1, African for both male and female. And these are the results that we would see in terms of average final mark, student success, and by campus and by site. And immediately we can see, you can see the exaggeration on this line. So if we look at the Pietermaritzburg campus, we've got 78.15% student success rate at Pietermaritzburg campus. And we have a 85.53% at the main campus. So we can see the trend in terms of the best performing and worst, if I can term it as that. Okay, and similarly for the average final mark and student success by site. Right. Any comments, guys? So this, I don't want to go into too much detail because we have a bit more to cover. So before we end off, I want to move on to the next tab, which is going to be, I'm just thinking the time that we have. So, and I'm just trying to think, what should we do? Okay, what I'm going to do is instead of creating a whole new sheet, okay, I'm actually going to extend this analysis and not only focus on geographical, I'm going to make it geographical and qualification analysis, right? And then the next one we will do is demographics. And then the third tab will be the BUSI data that we will cover. All right, so just so that we have that analysis in terms of faculty, we can understand in terms of department, exactly what we've done here on the clustered line and bar chart and the table. Let's add a further, further visuals to understand by faculty. What Ashton was saying, like the engineering and built environment have the lowest success rate. So let's test that theory and see if it's true. Let's go check the departments out or the qualification types. Let's see how the bachelor's degree for 80 credits versus the non-diploma or the diploma or the bachelor's BTECs, let's go and understand this analysis. So we can see that we've run out of space on this view. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to again extend this page. Right, so click on the white space, right, anyway on the white space, and click on the painter icon on the right hand side. Okay, on the visualizations tab. Click on the painter, and when you go to page size, we changed it to the height to 1,200. Make the height 1,600. Okay, we can come back and extend it again if we want. Right. Okay. So can I maybe request that you first give it an attempt? So the next visual that we want to add is the exact same visual, except it must be by site, right? By faculty, then by department, and lastly by qualification type. Okay, so let's add those 3 visuals and 3 tables. Okay, so the first one is faculty. I'll write it. So faculty. The second one will be department. And then the last one will be qualification type. Right. Okay. So 3. That means you're going to have 3 more bar line graphs and you're going to have 3 tables. Can I give 10 minutes to everybody just to attempt that quickly for me? And maybe I will select 2 or 3 people who can just show their screen and you can see what they have. Okay, remember the shortcuts that I've showed you of copying and pasting, so we don't have to go and recreate a new visual. Just Control C and then Control V.
Sorry, Akshay.
Yes.
I'm getting a very small space for with the sizes of the space that you've given, the 1,280 and 1,600. I'm getting a very small space with those sizes.
No problem. Then you can go and increase the page size yourself. Maybe because your visuals are quite big, but that's perfectly fine. If you go to the painter icon again,
yeah,
page size, you can increase the height to 2,400 or 3,000.
Yeah, you're breaking up. I can't hear you clearly.
Sorry. So what I'm saying is you can go and increase the height to whatever value you want. You can make it 3,000 if you want to, or 2,500. You can make it bigger so that you can have the space.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah, everybody can adjust the space. You don't have to have the same value I have, because my visuals will obviously, size of my visuals will be different to yours. So you can go and make your height and width whatever you feel comfortable with. Okay, I'll give another 3 minutes and then you can have a few people from the audience just to show what they have and maybe explain as well, what does the data say? All right, Everybody fine? Can we get a thumbs up in the chat if you making good progress? Fatima, could we please have just a general poll again, please? Okay, great. I'll just choose one or two people from the audience and they can just share their screen and enlighten us in terms of what the data is saying by faculty, by department. So let me just go here. Okay, can I have Dima Katso? Sorry, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing your name correctly, just forgive me. But could you maybe share your screen and tell us if you managed to get it right and what is the data saying?
Sorry, my screen is, my Power BI just went gray or black. Sorry, I can't now. I just tried to open, it just went gray.
No problem. I'll just select somebody else. It's fine. If you do come right, then please let me know. You can also share. Can we have Prashant?
I didn't get far because I couldn't find faculty, only faculty by subject.
Okay, that's correct. I think that's the correct faculty to use.
Okay, okay. I was looking for something different. So I have not gotten anywhere.
Okay, yeah, no, faculty, I think it's a hyphen subj. I think that's the correct one. Yeah,
Okay.
I guess we didn't rename that actually. So as you see, that's why it's very important to rename columns properly, otherwise it gets confusing. So
Okay, so I'm going to give it another shot quickly.
All right, no problem. Thank you. Anybody else who's complete? Maybe can we have Ashton? You want to give it a go?
Okay, let me share.
Based on what you've said, Ashton, since you're quite experienced with the data, is it aligned in terms of your knowledge?
Okay, are you able to see my screen?
You can see your desktop.
Not the BI.
At least not me. Sorry, I can see two lions.
Let me share again. And now?
Yes. Sorry, is everybody seeing the same thing? It looks like there's a University of KwaZulu-Natal logo on top of your.
Oh, it's at the background. Sorry, I was playing around with backgrounds.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no, wallpaper, I think. There we go.
Okay. All right, perfect.
Okay.
Okay.
So this is the faculty showing the faculties, the average final mark and the student success rate. And again, you can see what I was saying about engineering and the built environment, low final marks and low student success pass rates. Just note, I had filtered it according to semester one. So just keep that in mind. I've got the departments as well, where all of the departments are listed. That's the table. The graph is actually way too big. to fit in, but so I copied and pasted that as a table. What I actually did to begin with, I started with the geographic and I duplicated the page. Okay.
Oh, lovely. Okay.
And then I just went into all of these, the existing figures that I had. And over here with the shared access, I deleted site or campus and just changed that to faculty school. And I changed the title there to faculty. What was also interesting is we do have a subset of the data where it's students who also completed the BUSI survey. So we are seeing a bit of a, where we look at the number of students enrolled per faculty. We're seeing a lot of students from arts and design who completed it in comparison to the other faculties. So that is just one thing to be aware of when we do interpret the data, that it's actually not the full data sets. It's just the students who completed the BUSI survey. Where we look at the qualification type, higher certificates, you're seeing a 0 final mark and a 0 success rate. And I think that might be higher certificates are annual. And it could be that those results weren't captured. This is 2020. Yeah, we didn't really have the higher certificates then. They really came in 2021. So this has just got to do with when the information was captured. The diploma 360 are new ones. These diplomas are the old ones which are being phased out. And they've been replaced in some instances by the bachelor's, the 3-year bachelor's, which is the 360, and the 4-year bachelor's, which is the 480. So even here, it's interesting to see that your success rates and your pass rates in these 4-year bachelor's are higher than in your 3-year bachelor's. And that's probably got to do with how the curriculum was actually structured as well, and that you lay in a good foundation within your 4-year programs, but you're not really getting that good foundation coming through in the 3-year programs. But yeah, I didn't really go into the departmental analysis just because there is so many departments within it.
Okay, now thanks, Ashton. Thanks for that. Anybody else want to maybe post a comment or share what they have? Did they get things that are similar to Ashton or was different?
And I also like the little gauge that I put in to show.
Yeah, I saw that gauge, Ashton. Well done. Very good. Very good. Prashant, did you come right? You maybe want to share what you have?
Hi, no, sorry, I got distracted with some work. I had to help one of the guys at the office and I kind of got lost somewhere, but it's okay. I understand how it works. I've done this before with the other course with you in December.
Oh, perfect. Okay, thanks, Prashant.
All right, thanks.
Okay, let's maybe get one more person before we continue. Can we get maybe Jean Vaulion? Okay, maybe okay, we can try Mike Swanepoel. Okay, so it seems like we've lost Sean and Mike. All right, but no problem. Let me reshare my screen and let's continue. I'll just share my screen and I'll perform the same analysis that we just saw just now. So just tell me if everybody can see my screen. Okay, so I'm taking that everybody has developed the 3 visuals that we discussed. So what I'm going to do is just going to copy and change site to, let's see, where's it? Faculty school, right? And that's going to be on shared axes, right? And then I'm just going to copy this visual and I'm going to make it a table. Okay. And then the next one was copy and paste. We can do it by department. Right, so if I drag that into department, okay, so we can see that this is quite large. I mean, there's a lot of departments, but again, it gives you the scrolling feature, which you can then scroll and view everything. You can also make the visual bigger if you want, right? And then we can create that as a table. Okay, you can make that a bit bigger. And then lastly, I'll just make my page a bit bigger. Okay, so let's do the last one, which was qualification type. Right, so if I find qualification type here, just drag that there. Okay, and then let's make this, yeah, fine. Paste. So Ashton, I see I'm getting the exact same things as you as well, so it's great. Let's make this a table. Okay, cool. So hopefully everybody has exactly the same things that we see on my screen. And if not, then please raise your questions in the chat and we can sort it out. And maybe just to end this page off, let's add 2 cards, right? Let's do a count of the students that have passed and the count of the students that have failed. Okay, and maybe if we have time, we can do count of the students that maybe got distinctions. You know, might be interesting to note that. So that means that we have to go back to the drawing board and we have to recreate measures, right? Now, this is another concept, another measure that I'm going to teach you. It is possibly, I would say, if not the most important DAX function that will totally revolutionize the way you develop you know, your measures. What this measure is called a calculate measure, right? And what a calculate measure allows you to do, okay, it allows you to change the context of what you want to calculate. So say, for example, I want to calculate the count of students. Now, I'm just going to go to the data just so that I can explain this concept, right? And I'm going to go to the performance data where we can get the column that tells us whether a student has passed or failed. Where's that? Let's see. Do we have that? I'm sure we have that somewhere. Maybe it was under, no, it wouldn't be, it would be under performance, definitely, yeah.
It was pass fail, but
was
you
there.
didn't include that.
Sorry?
So you would possibly need to use the code, the result code.
The result
I got
code.
that.
Okay, let me just check here, but let me just check something on student bio data, possibly. Great. No, it won't be here. Okay, because if I just check something, sorry, just give me a minute.
You could use
Yeah,
result description.
There we go.
Sorry.
Result description, yes. This is the column I'm looking for, right? So result description, so let's see the options that we have, right? We have fail, we have pass, and we have pass distinction, all right? So let's do an analysis on fail, on pass, and pass distinction, right? So if you look at this column, right, we have all of this in one column. And if we want to do a count of, say, all the students that have passed, right, what it's going to do is it's going to do a count of this entire column. Right? It's going to count everything in this column. So it's going to give you basically the count of rows that we have in this data set. But we don't want that, right? What we want is the count of students that have only passed. So what we are doing is we are changing the context of this column, right? And to change the context of a column, we use calculate and then we filter. Okay, so it's calculate and we filter. So I'm going to do the measure for pass, and if everybody else can do the measure for fail and for pass distinctions. Okay, and let's add that to a card. Okay, so let me show you how to create this measure, right? So everybody knows how to create measures. Okay, so we don't have to keep explaining it. So I'm going to go to geographical measures, right click, new measure. Okay, so I'll just make this large so everybody can see. Right, so what we want to do is we want to name this properly. So I'm going to say count of students passed, right, is equal to. Okay, so remember also, as I mentioned earlier, these DAX formulas can be up to 100 lines of code, you know? So we don't want to have every function passed in the same line, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to set up the code and we're going to put each new function on its own line so that it's easier for the mind to see and understand what we are doing. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to call our function calculate, right? And what we want to do is we want to calculate an expression, right? So what I need to do is actually create a count, right? To move to the next line, it's shift enter, right? To move to the next line, and then you can click tab to obviously bring the your where you want to type underneath the calculate function. So I want to do a count, right? So it's going to be count X of performance data, right? And the column that I'm interested in is result description. Okay, result description. It's looking a bit weird because I obviously zoomed in so much. Okay, so we want to calculate count X of the result description. But remember now, we don't want to count the entire row. We are only interested where the student has passed. Okay, so to a calculate function, and if you look at the calculate function, right? Let me maybe just retype this so that it shows me what are the inputs. Okay, there we go. Calculate wants you to put an expression, right, comma, and add a filter. So what this measure does is it evaluates an expression in a context modified by filters, right? So what we want to do is we want to add a filter, right? Why is it complete? Oh, I didn't close the bracket, right? So you can see how it picks up the error quickly, right? So we want to add a filter, okay? And what do we want to filter? We want to filter which table, right? We want to filter performance data, okay? You can see the filters telling you to put the table and put the expression. So what are we interested in? Well, we are interested in result description, right? So result description, okay? But we are interested only where result description is equal to pass, right? So whenever you are passing a string, right? A string is basically characters, like character values. So like A, B, C, D, E, F, G, okay? You put them in inverted commas, right? And we were only interested, and it's obviously case dependent, and you have to spell it exactly how it is spelled in the data set. So it's capital P, capital A, S, S. Only do the count of students that have passed. Okay, so sorry, what happened there? Okay, all right, so remember now, this is where we end off, right? So pass. So remember now to close your brackets. When you close a bracket, Power BI shows you which bracket you closed. So I closed the filter bracket. But calculate function is our first function, so we actually need to close off the calculate function. So usually what I do is I put the first function that I'm calling its bracket on its own to close it, so I can see I've closed the entire function. Whatever's looped inside here is closed by this bracket. Right? And if I zoom out, you'll see it'll be a bit more neater. Okay, and then we can obviously move this. Okay, so we've used a calculate function. We said count because we want to count and count X. We used an aggregator function, not just count. We want to aggregate it on a row basis, right? We did a count X of result description, and we are filtering that row. We want to adjust the context of that row where it's only pass. Okay, and then if I click on enter on the tick, okay, it hasn't picked up any errors. Everything seems fine. So let's go and add a card, right? So maybe you might want to add the card in this white space here. Okay, so let's go and add a card visual. So if you look at this card visual on the 4th column, 4th row, right? It's this card that says 1, 2, 3. If I click on that and then I drag in count of students passed, there we go. It gives us this card. Okay, and I'm just going to add it. Yeah. Just want to bring everything down. Okay. Maybe it's brought it down up too much. Let's just bring it up a little bit more. Right, cool. And let's just maybe resize this, right? Okay, so sorry, am I moving too fast? Everybody is with me? Do they have the exact same number as me? Let's just take a moment to let everybody catch up. Can I explain this concept again? Right? So what we did is we brought in the card visual that says 1, 2, 3, right? And it opened up a blank card. And what we did is we dragged in the measure that we just created, which is count of students passed, into that visual. So if I just expand the measure again, for those that maybe didn't catch on, right? We said calculate, right? Count X. So we want to count every instance of every row using the result description subject. And we are filtering the data by only records that have a pass in it.
Excuse me. How do you move from one line of code to the next?
Okay, so you click Shift Enter.
Shift Enter. Oh, all right.
Shift Enter, yes. To move on to row 2 or line 2. Okay. Can I just get a quick thumbs up in the chat? Did everybody get 2,223? Obviously, be careful now. This is controlled by your filters. I am selecting African here. So if I take away all the filters and I look at both male and female, so in total, we have 2,319 students who have passed. Okay. Can I request everybody to replicate this measure? Okay, so learn it yourself. So don't copy and paste the measure. I know that it's the easier thing to do, but type the measures, see if you can make sense of it. Copying and pasting is not going to help you learn it. Retype the entire measure, and we are only interested where students have failed. And then the third measure, passed distinction. Okay, and it's obviously case sensitive and word specific. So if you put a small F for fail, it won't pick it up. Okay, it all has to be capital letters. All right, so can I request everybody to calculate 2 more cards for me on count of students failed, count of students passed with distinction. Okay, I'm just going to format this and make it a bit smaller. Okay, remember, sorry, I'm reading the comments now. So academic block, semester 1, race, we selected all, and female and male. And you should get 2,319. Okay, so Jean, I see yours said syntax for filter is incorrect. So let me open up the measure again. I'm going to copy the measure in the chat. Okay, and then you can just paste it into the exact same measure, but when you're doing the one for failed and for distinction, please type that yourself. Okay, it's going to look a bit weird in the chat because of the way I've created it in the measure. Sorry, I think I did a direct message actually. My bad. See everyone in the meeting. Okay, everyone should be able to see the chat. I put in the measure there, so you can just copy, paste it, and then use this as a guideline to create the other two measures. Okay, please also make sure you're saving your work. So just click on save. It's this. Yeah. Yours doesn't have to look exactly like mine in terms of where I place visuals. So you can place it where you're comfortable. Okay, can everybody, for the exact same selection for academic block, semester 1, race all, for both male and female, can you please give me the count of students that have failed? Just type it in the chat and we can see if everybody got the same answer. And then the same for distinction, passed with distinction.
Akshay, what is a quick way of seeing the actual values in the description, result description, because I don't know what the distinction code must be, or the text.
Yeah, so if you go to transform data,
okay,
and you go to the performance data table, right? if you just scroll a bit to the right, you'll be able to see, there we go, a result description, subject. And if you click on the drop down, so here it says, all right, so it's fail and it's pass distinction with the space in between and everything in capital letters.
Okay, so there's no way of on the actual view we were in to just view what our options are.
Yes, so we can. It's just I'm just wondering why it's not showing it here unless I'm blind. Just want to. So if I just minimize this and go to performance data, there we go. Result description subject.
How do you see the values in it there? If you busy building.
If you want to see the values, there's one of two methods, right? What I sometimes do is create a quick table, right? A quick table, and I just drag in that result description into the values. And then you can see here. And the second option, right, is if you go to this data tab here on the left, if you click on there and you go to performance data, there's result description subject here. So if you just click on the top, there's all your options.
Got it. Thank you.
No problem. Can I be excused to the bathroom? I will be 2 minutes. Okay, hi everyone, I'm back. So we can definitely confirm our values. I see a lot of people are getting very similar values. That's great. We can take our 1 hour lunch break now. And Ku, is it 1 hour or 45 minutes? Sorry, I'm always getting these times wrong.
Actually, it's up to you. Where are we in terms of the schedule?
Yeah, so it would be maybe better for 45 minutes if that's okay. I mean, I would love to have a 1 hour session. But I think, yeah, just so that we can cover what we wanted to. So yeah, we can resume at 13:46 if everybody's comfortable with that.
Okay, and we did chat yesterday that we started a bit earlier today in the event that we could finish a little bit earlier today as well. So that works out, I think.
Exactly. All right, great. Thanks everyone. I'll see you back at 13:46.
Thank you.
Michaela?
Hi, colleagues. Please, can we just have a raise of hand if you're back from lunch? Okay, I see we have 9 participants with their hands up. For those that are just joining in, please raise your hands if you're back. Okay, so I see these 13 people out of 19 participants. I remember seeing 26 participants. Did a few drop out? Fatima, do you maybe know?
Actually, there was about 27 I noticed, but yeah, maybe they're still joining the session, but I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's maybe give another maybe 2 minutes more for the late joiners, and then we can start again. All right, colleagues, let's begin. We do have a bit more to cover, so let's get going. I think I'm still sharing my screen. So let's continue from where we left off. So Ashton, I will get to your question just now. Let me just do this count of students that have passed, failed. So I see a lot of people have got the same answer. So I'll do it as well, and then we can just check our values. So what I'm going to do is just copy this measure twice. Okay, so count of students passed. Right, and I'm going to create a measure count of students failed, right? And then it's going to be okay. Okay, and then I'm going to create one more measure, which is count of students passed with distinction. Okay. Passed with distinction. Okay, so I think it was pass distinction if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Right, so I'm just going to copy this visual twice, already formatted. Okay, so here I'm going to put the count of the students that have failed, which is 25, right? And then the count of students that have passed with distinction, 1,806. Okay, and remember, this is for semester 1, for all races and for both male and female selected. Okay, so the people that got 1,845, maybe your filtering selection is different to mine. Okay, so I think you have the filter on where site equals null. Right, so yes. So if you remember that we added filters here, right? Where we dragged in site into filters on this page and we removed all the null. So if I bring in nulls, yeah, it doesn't really make much of a difference to the count of students passed with distinction. So it doesn't seem like it is the nulls. So is there a reason why change the semester filter? Okay, okay. So plus the null as well, that gives us 1,845. All right, cool. Thanks for that, guys. So remember now, let's remove the nulls. We don't want instances of nulls in our data. So we want filters on this page where we want to disable the null values. And we are only interested in semester 1. Okay, and you should have the same values as me. So if everyone can just do that, and so that we can just double check that everybody has the same answers. If anybody is different and they're having struggles, please let me know. Right. Cool. So, Ashton, I see your question was, for when we are back, why would you go to the calculate counter X filter when the matrix visualization does the same thing with less steps? Also, the matrix allows you to do a distinct count of the number of students so you can see the number of students rather than the number of subjects. So remember what we're doing is, firstly, we're trying to advance our knowledge in terms of DAX and what can be done from a DAX point of view. And secondly, yes, that is a quicker way of using a matrix and just doing a count. However, you know, in terms of best practice, we like to rather apply our filters and context in measures, right? Especially when it's coming from our fact table. So if it's not coming from our fact table and it's coming from the lookup tables, we can add it to filters on this page. We can either add it here, or we can add it, you know, as a filter on the actual page. But just to understand the, you know, the ability to change context of measures, that was what this calculate function will give us. Does that answer you, Ashton? Or maybe you want to jump in and... Okay. All right, cool. So can I just get a quick thumbs up on this page? Is everybody okay before we move on to the next page? If people can just post a thumbs up in the chat if they're up to speed and if there is any issues. Maybe Fatima, can you send through a general poll?
Sorry, Akshay, I don't know what's happening with the poll now. It's not allowing me to relaunch it.
Okay, not a problem.
Share the results of the previous one. Maybe that will be the trick. No, it's frozen. I don't understand what's going on.
Okay. In the chat, guys, can you just put a thumbs up if you're okay or anybody struggling before we move on? Okay, so up to speed, but my numbers are still not matching yours. So possibly it could be a filtering issue, Kushala. I'm thinking maybe we have, you know, have you brought in the site filter on filters on this page and have deselected the null, and obviously selected semester 1 under academic block. Race, we look at all the races, and we're looking at both male and female. Can you guys just verify you have that?
I have that, but they're still slightly off.
Okay, what values are you?
2411, 25, and 1844.
1844, and you've selected both male and female, all
Both.
races, and only semester 1.
Yeah. Are we not perhaps working with you didn't make changes to your initial data set, perhaps?
No. So the data
Okay.
I have, you have is exactly the same.
Okay. Can I share my screen?
I see Deepti has the same values as me, but yes, sure, please. And Anna Marie as well has the same as me. So yeah, so share your screen and let's see.
Yeah, let's stop you and that one.
Okay. All right, so we have semester 1, all male and female. Okay, if you just scroll on the site filter, is it only the null that is not null? Okay, so that's weird.
Akshay, I also have the same values as on the screen.
As on the screen.
Yes.
All right. Can I see your measure for count of students passed? Is it the same as my measure? If you can just go to your measures.
Perhaps a bracket in the wrong place.
No, you would have picked up as a format issue. Okay, equals to pass. Yeah, that's weird. Because I remember getting 1844 when I selected both. You know, like if I deselected semester 1, Then I get 2,411, which is what you got. I get 25 and 1,844. So I get the exact same values for you. It seems like your academic block isn't filtering. Can I check your relationships out?
There.
Okay, so we have, that is on student number. Okay, and the next one is on subject code, right? And then student number, that's fine. 1 too many, 1 too many. Okay, that's very weird. Go to back to your report. I just want to see something. Yeah, on academic block on the drop down, just select all of it and see what it does.
That, that.
Okay, how can I give you the same if you select semester 2 as well? This is weird.
Let's see if I just do.
Select semester 1 only, then my values change.
There won't be result descriptions for semester 2. It's only once final marks are captured and exam sheets are signed off.
Oh,
then examinations calculates the result description.
So they're only semester 1 in any case.
Anybody else getting, so how many people are getting these values here? Because yeah, we've done the same transformation, it's the same data set, so I'm trying to think how it's different. Ashton, Koo, maybe you guys, what values are you guys getting?
I'm getting these ones on the screen. And they're correct when I look at the spreadsheet.
Okay, I see. I'm trying to think then where is it that I'm going off then?
I'm going to stop my share.
Okay, thank you. Let me reshare if I'm still sharing. Okay, what's up here now? How do I reshare? It's not allowing me to open up this. Sorry, am I still sharing or am I kicked out?
Ashton, you actually. Akshay.
Hi, yes.
Yes, does it matter the order that you put your slicers onto your?
No, no, this order doesn't matter. You can put it anyhow, it doesn't matter at all.
I mean,
it doesn't matter.
I can start with any slicer.
Yes, any slicer.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I just want to check quickly and see why mine would be different. Okay, so academic block, where's that? Is yours coming from program data?
Mine's coming from program data, yes, academic block.
Okay. And race is coming from student bio data, and then gender should be coming from student bio data as well. Yeah, because I just want to see something quickly, just test this out. Matrix here on this page. Counting students. Past. And that's obviously including the null value as well. Yeah, because what's weird, I get the same values as you as soon as I deselect semester 1. So it's a bit weird. Okay. All right, okay, well, yeah, I'm trying to think now. Okay, so see, Anna Marie Eckstein, when I deselect all the academic blocks, I get 2,411. Yeah, that's what I get. And I only get semester 1, I get 2,319. Yeah, so exactly. So Anna Marie Eckstein also has the same value as me then. Sorry, guys. I see there's even with Witten as well, 2,417. Okay, 25 and 1845. Okay. Okay, so it seems like we are varying. A few of us are varying. A few of us are getting these answers. A few of us are not. So yeah, maybe we can obviously deal with that maybe during the break session, but I want to hold back the entire session because we still have a few more to calculate. So yeah, let's maybe troubleshoot this later. But it's probably something small, a faulty issue that we can review later on. All right, so now that we've done a geographical analysis, okay, what can also be beneficial and is to obviously also analyze your data by demographics. But before we get onto demographics, which will be very easy, it's just, we can literally, as Ashton did, copy this page so we keep the format and we just go and change the parameters to, read off the student bio data. And then, yeah, so then we can cover more of that, maybe if we do have time towards end of the session. But what I want to cover now is the BOOSI data, all right? And obviously trying to relate what the students have said to the surveys and seeing what effect that might have on the student performance as well as the average final marks, all right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new page and I'm just going to say BOOSI analysis. Okay, actually, you know what I'm going to do is, no, I'm going to keep it there, it's fine. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy over this header, right? So I'm just going to copy this and this filter pane as well. So you can click on Control, right? Select the header and select this filter pane and say Control C, right? And then when we go here, it's Control V. Okay, so just so that we have that standard format, okay? And then we can click on where it says geographical analysis, right? And we can just rename that to, just for now, BOOSI analysis. Okay. Right, so we haven't paid much focus in terms of the data that we have on the BOOSI analysis, and that's because we have varying data types. So if we go to the data view, right, and we just minimize all of this, and we click on the 2021 DUT BOOSI data, right? So what we can see is that we have, something that we renamed, which is the student number, so that's fixed. And then we have a whole lot of questions, right? So as you can see, this is a very, very large data set with lots of questions, right? So we will probably choose maybe 3 to 4 questions and we'll develop an analysis on that. And based on that, we can see what insights we can retrieve from it, okay? So just looking at some of the columns that we have, maybe something interesting would be a column that, let me try and see if I can just do if I can find this column. So it's during your last, during your last week, okay. Just want to expand that. So just give me a minute, I'm just finding the column and then All right, in it, how many hours have you spent reading? Okay, cool. This is the one. Right, so what I want is for everybody to just to do a search on the field and to find this column where it says, during your last year of high school, in a typical 7-day week, how many hours did you spend reading? Okay, let's try and do an analysis on this column, right? So you can see the options that we have available, right? So if we just click on the drop down, we have blank. So 0 meaning that they did not read, did not spend any hour reading. They spent between 11 and 15, between 1 and 5, between 6 and 10 hours, and then more than 15 hours per week. So let's see what impact this might have had in terms of the student success and performance. And what you would expect is the student that possibly, reads a lot, will tend to do a bit better, or maybe not. It's not always the case, but I guess the data will tell us, what we can get from this insight. So let's keep in mind this column. And what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to click on rename for now. And I'll tell you why. When you click on rename, it just gives you the ability to copy this entire text. All right, just to copy it. We're not renaming it. We're just copying it so that we can find the measure when we are creating our measure later, right? So has everybody copied it? Is everybody on par? Am I moving too fast? Okay, so we are just going to do maybe 3 or 4 of these questions and analyze. Unfortunately, we don't have the time to look at all of it. But let's just see what we can find from this specific question, right? During your last year of school, in a typical 7-day week, how many hours did you spend reading? So if I go back to the report pane, right? What I want to do now is create a count of that data. Okay, so like we've done before, let's create a new measure group, right? So we're done with geographical measures. Let's go to the home tab and let's create a new blank table using enter data, right? And in the table name, we're going to call it BUSI measures, right? We might also use the student success from the geographical measures. We can, use it there. We can recreate the measure again if we want to, because measures hold no space. So it's perfectly fine to duplicate them if you want. Okay. Now, again, remember that this is still a data table. So what we need to do is we need to first create our very first measure under the BUSI measures. And thereafter, we delete column 1 and we make it a measure table. Okay, so looking at it, right, let's right click on column 1 and let's go to new measure. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to do a count, right? We're going to count all the records that we see in that questions in the BUSI data. So what could we name this? Let's say student reading hours. Okay, student reading hours equals, okay, and then we're going to say count, right? Count X. We're going to call BUSI measures as the table, and then what we can do is we can just use Control V and paste that question, right? Sometimes it does complain like it's doing now, so. Oh, you know why? It's because we have that comma in the question. So if we remove the comma, it's picking it up as different parts of the function, but maybe not. Okay, so that didn't really work. Let's just type in during. Okay, so BUSI count X, BUSI. Oh, wait, hold on. You know why? Okay, hold on. So sorry about that. I just want to check something quickly with that data format of that. So I did say we might have to come back to the data format if we need to. So let's go to here. I just want to check something during your last year. Right. So it's text. Okay, so let's just go back here. Should actually pick it up. Oh, sorry, I'm being silly. I've called BOOSI measures, right? What we're calling is 2021 DUT BOOSI data. So, right, so let's see, let's type in 2021 BOOSI data. There we go. Right. Now, if I paste this here, hopefully it picks it up. Not yet, so it's the common maybe. Okay, it's still not picking it up. Let's see. Now it's picking it up. All right. So let's see. Yeah, this might be the bit of the complication but if you zoom out, actually, you could see that it actually allows you to view, but it's a bit small. But if you are typing during, it's the first option, right? It's the first option. So as you start typing during, it's the first option. In a typical 7-day week, how many hours did you spend reading? Okay, so just zoom out if you can still see it, and you will see that it's the first option that we're doing. Yeah, it's a bit difficult in this case because the questions are quite long, so you will have a bit of a struggle here. Okay, and once you've done that, we can click on the tick. Okay, everybody okay? Anyone wants to ask any questions? Anyone stuck? All right, cool. So I'm taking that everybody is fine. Right, so what we can do now, right? We can also, maybe just to introduce the page, right? We can create 2 of the similar measures that we did. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to just delete column 1 so I can create it as a measure group. So I'm going to delete this from the model just so I can create it as a measure table. Right, so I have 2 measure tables now. I have geographical measures and I have BOOSI measures. What I want to do now is just do a count. I want to create another measure and just do a count of the students that have participated in the survey, right? So I'm going to right click and I'm going to create a new measure, okay? And what we're going to do is just a distinct, since it is, it is a lookup table, so there are distinct values, but just as a double sense or a sense check, I'm just going to still use distinct function when I'm doing the count. So count of students participated, right, equals to distinct count, right, of student number, okay, distinct count of student number. Right, and we're looking at the 2021 DUT boosted data. So make sure that it's coming from the correct table. Okay, we want to do a distinct count of all the students that have participated in the survey. Okay, and then once we've done creating that measure, let's click on the tick. Okay, so pretty much how we have in the previous pages, what we can do is just maybe do a, sorry. Let's just do a card. Okay, let's do a card and let's drag in count of students participating. 885. Okay, if we want to make it a bit more specific, we can even rename students, count of students participated, or count of students that have participated in survey. In survey. Okay, just to be a bit more descriptive. You can either rename it here if you don't like long names for measures. I showed you another place where you can also go and rename that. Okay, So we just have this as count of students that have participated in survey. Okay, everybody's okay? Right. Now, just to take you back to our model, right, and what we've developed. Okay, so everyone can see that we've created this relationship between 2021 DUT BUSI data and performance data, right? So we have a valid relationship that exists. Now let's see if we can try and map the performance data onto these DUT BUSI data. Let's see if we can try and understand how the reading aspect, or the question that we're focusing, what effect did that have on the student success, and what effect did that have on the average final mark? All right, so let's create a stacked line and column, right? A line and clustered column chart. Okay. And in this, let's bring student reading hours into column series, or column values, sorry. Okay. And then what we're going to do is, remember we did a copy and paste of the question. Let's try and find that question, right? If you type it under search. So maybe for some people that didn't copy it, I'll just paste it in the chat. Okay, so you can copy it in the from the chat. I've sent it there and paste it under search, and it'll locate that column that we're interested. Okay, and then we are going to drag it under shared axes. Okay, so immediately we have the count of students that have read between 1 to 5 hours, the count of students that have read between 6 to 10, more than 15 hours, 11 to 15, and 0. Right? Everybody's okay? Everybody has developed this visual? Okay, so now, if we have to now, okay, so I'm not going to recreate the student success measures and the average final mark. I'm just going to pull it from geographical measures, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take average, let's take the student success, right? And I'm going to drag that under line values. Okay, and just so that we can interpret this a little better, I'm going to sort the axes by student success, because we want to see obviously which are the higher performing. And this is weird because the students that actually haven't read anything actually have performed the best in terms of student success, whereas the students spent reading between 1 to 5 hours actually performed the worst. So, I mean, you know, what you see against what's expected is two totally different responses. And could we maybe get some feedback from the team in terms of what they feel, in terms of what we can see in this data? Ku, I know you quite well versed in the BUSI analysis. You maybe want to share something?
Yeah, I'm just looking at this and thinking, you know, the question doesn't say during the last year of high school in the typicals, how many hours did you spend reading? Now, is it reading your textbook? Is it reading work, you know, reading related to schoolwork? So maybe, you know, they might not be doing a lot of reading related to schoolwork, but if they're reading more broadly and more generally, you know, it could perhaps explain it that way. But yeah, like you say, it's unexpected, right? Those who reported reading very little were doing the best. Except at the same time, you know, it's quite, I'm looking at the student success axis there. It's very, although it's looking, you know, much bigger, the difference, if you look, it's 44, 46, 48. So it's quite marginal, actually.
Yeah, that's true.
Also, the students who do a lot of reading would typically be in your engineering and applied sciences faculties, and there the pass rates and success rates are very low. So that's also what we see in the effect of the difficulty of the course that the students are enrolled in. Whereas the students who do a little bit of reading might have taken like your accounting and informatics or your management sciences courses, which are seen as being easier. And as a result, they're doing better.
Okay, that makes sense. Thanks for that, Ashton. But maybe also if the question was rephrased in terms of, reading academic books and not just, novel and fictions and, so reading specific types of books. How many academic books relating to your degree or, or whatever the case is, maybe that might have been a better representation in terms of what we see here. But then again, also is to take note, right? We have two separate data sets, right? We have the Boosi data set and we have the performance, right? Two data sets that came from two different sources, right? One was, one's recording the actual examination marks and the pass marks for students that are registered. And then we have the survey that was conducted. So the power here is to see how we've actually merged two data sets and how we can use this information to actually, understand what the data is telling us. So this is the power as well, and in this course, this is exactly the kind of power that I wanted to demonstrate, is that you can link multiple data sets coming from various sources, and provided that you have a proper model that is set and built, this is the type of complexity that you can go to, the type of analysis that you can develop. So in saying that, let's maybe look at some of the other questions that we have, and I'll also give you the audience the time to also develop your own visuals, and then we can have another breakaway session and come back and discuss what the findings are.
Sorry,
right,
Akshay,
so, yes.
What does it do where there isn't a student success record?
Yes, so as you can see, what it's doing here is it's creating a blank. Okay, so this blank is coming possibly from the survey, right? But in the measure, right, in the performance data, if it isn't any success rate attached to something, it won't show it. But obviously, because in the Boosi data set, we have blanks, so that is why it's pulling what we see in the Boosi data set. So obviously, this question wasn't filled out by some students, and because it's meaningless, we can also go and remove it from the visual. We can go and remove it from this visual, and maybe let's do that.
Can I just ask a question?
Sure.
In the student success, the percentage is 44. I can't read the other one, to 48. So in fact, that's a really straight line. By making your axis just 4%, it looks as if it's doing something, but it isn't.
Yeah, correct. And I didn't mention as well that the line is exaggerated, and you would need to obviously just rescale it. But I mean, I guess just by default, it's important to read off the axes and actually compare the values so that you can actually see there isn't much of like a 2 to 3% difference is actually almost nothing. Ashton, I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, sorry, again, you should be filtering for first semester because student success for second semester is 0%. That's why those values look halved. Okay. You're getting below 50.
Thanks for that, Ashton. So what we can do is we can just go through and copy academic block. Let's just copy an academic block and we can decide what other filters we want to do. So you can just go to academic block, Control C, go to Boosi analysis, and then just paste it here. Okay, and then it'll ask you if you want to sync visuals. So what this means is that if I make a filter here, do I want it to affect every page that I'm going to have? And usually we don't, we rather not have that functionality. Every page must work independent and be controlled by its own filters on its page. So in this case, we're going to say don't sync, right? So yeah, Ashton, so as you said, now with semester 1, we can see that it's actually making more sense now, where we have 91%, right? And we're going down to around 82%. So it's much better than what we had previously. Thanks for that, Ashton. Okay, so let's make this page a bit bigger and let's continue with some other measures and analysis. So I'm just going to click on the white space, go to the painter icon. Under page size, I'm going to change it to custom, and I'm just going to increase this to 1,500. Okay, and if you're not happy with how this view is set up, sometimes what it does is it pushes it back to fit the screen. You can go to view, right, on the top left, and you can go to page view, and you can just say actual size, or you could say fit to width, whichever you're comfortable with. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to place this here, and then I'm going to also create a tabular version of this, just so we keep things consistent. Okay, so I'm going to just click on the table, and what we can do is we can just decrease this column width so that it's not too large. Okay, so let's maybe remove the blank, because sometimes, I don't know what the blank means. So to remove blanks, remember, like we did for the site filter, so we're going to click on the visual, right? We're going to go to filters, and where it says during your last year off, we're going to click on the drop down, and we're going to select all and then just deselect blank. Okay, and then you're going to do the exact same thing for the table visual, right? You're going to click on the drop down, blanks, and you're going to remove all of them. Okay. And obviously your table as well as your visual is ordered according to student success.
What if you want to order by the category, the category? 0, then 1 to 5, then 6 to 10.
Okay, great. So if you want to do it that way, then you're going to have to go onto these ellipses, right? And then you're going to say sort axis according to the question, which is during your last year of high school, right? And then what it's going to do is it's going to create this. Now, what you see here is that it's obviously not ordered, according to 0, 1 to 5, 6 to 10, 11 to 15, and more than 15. And the reason for that is that Power BI doesn't know, because we have a mixture of numeric values and text, it actually doesn't know how to categorize this. It doesn't know what should go first, what should go second, what should go third, and what should go fourth. And in that case, how we deal with that is we have to structure the data. So we have to basically, if I just show you how it's done, we would have to develop a lookup table just to fix that issue. And what I'm saying is, or maybe it might be easier to explain it off Excel. Let me just create a new Excel document. Okay, so say if I have everybody can see my screen, I have A, B, C, and D, right? So, or let's maybe, so Power BI will be able to do that. Let's put AV, let's just put some random text, BR, CT, and we want DE, right? And we want Power BI to categorize it in this order, right? What we have to do is we have to say, okay, Power BI, we need to order this data, but we have to order it in the context of another column. For example, we need to make AV equal 1, BR equal 2, CT equal 3, and DE equal 4, right? So what we're going to say is we want you to order this column according to column B. So then in that case, it'll order it as you want it. But that's going to involve you creating now a lookup table, which we obviously didn't do. And it's something that you can also do. I mean, we know how to create lookup tables. We can go and create our own static table in Excel. and bring it into Power BI. It's just for the sake of time. Yeah, that's going to take a long time, especially because there's so many different scales in this survey. You know, the Likert descriptions and the scales are, yeah, it's vast. So it's going to take quite a long time, you know, and the thing is, you might only want to report off maybe 5 columns. So in that case, it's a bit easier where you can go and do your own coding in Excel and create your own lookup table to order your data. Does that answer your question? Sorry, I wasn't sure who was speaking, so I hope I've answered it. All right. So what we're going to do is, just for the sake of this workshop, we're just going to order this data according to student success. Okay. Any other questions? Let me open the chat. Okay, so I see, yes, Fatima, you can. Okay. All right, so the next question that we can focus on is, all right, let's see what other question we can look at. So the next question that I want to look at that might be interesting as well is, if I just find it here. Okay, this institution was your first choice, second choice, third choice, fourth choice, right? So the question asked the student, was DUT your first option in terms of choice or a place of study? Was it your second option, your third option, your fourth option, right? And then the next question would be your program of study. Was it your first choice, your second choice, or your third choice? All right, so could we maybe use this as an exercise? And maybe let's maybe add one more to it, okay? So I'm going to copy through this onto the chat just so that everybody knows what they're going to need to do. And let's create the exact same analyses that we've done here in a breakaway session. So I'm just going to open the chat and copy through the 3 questions. Okay, so find this question. The first question is, this institution was your, right? So 1, 2, okay, delete 1, okay, let's see, deleted it. Let me just copy it and paste it and only separate it by a comma. Okay, your program of study, comma, and then your first generation status. Okay, so I've sent through 3 questions, and can we please replicate this analysis in terms of how I've done it for the first question? And Fatima, maybe we can just have another breakaway session, 15 to 20 minutes, maybe 20 minutes, and then I will hop in between and check how everyone's doing.
Sure. You want to do this now?
Yes, please.
Tembisa and Narrator, do you need for me to assign you to a room? Narrator and Cool. No one's here. Alan, are you still here? Alan. Are you there, Alan?
Okay, hi everyone. So yeah, well done to everybody. I see a lot of people were on the right track, while others were still struggling. So please remember not to feel shy. If there's anything that you are struggling with, post it in the chat and we can attend to the concerns. From those that were able to, analyze 3 questions, could we maybe ask, maybe Kushala, if you could show your screen, and Niv, maybe you can tell us what the data is saying.
Okay, I'll share, but we haven't done the last one yet. Share that.
Okay. All right. Niv, you want to just tell us what we can see from the data?
Actually, Nev did say she has a 4-year-old that just arrived from school. So I'm not sure if she's at a desk at the moment.
Not a problem. So maybe Kushala, you can go for it since you've developed it.
Oh. Firstly, I was a bit confused as to what I was supposed to do. I didn't know if we were supposed to leave that student success rate in there.
Yes, definitely we were. It's basically replicating what I did in the first example. So just changing the question, but keeping student success there.
Okay. I can't give you data. I can't interpret those charts because I don't understand the data.
Okay. So if you look at the, so the institution of choice. So basically what we want to see is, so the students were asked, was DUT your first choice of institution?
Which is that.
Was it, yes, or was it your second choice, third choice, fourth choice? And basically we want to see, does that impact how the students would perform academically in terms of their student success? So do we see a trend? Usually if it's your first choice, you would expect the student to perform better because it was their desired choice of institution. They were accepted into it. So they will, obviously perform the best because it's their first choice. But in that case, we're not really seeing that. We're seeing towards the latter part of the scale, the fourth, fifth choices actually ended up performing the best in terms of student success. So it's pretty much that type of analysis or, that we're actually trying to get from here.
Just aside of that, the conversation we're having now, at our institution, we found that that we should ask an additional question. Is it your first dream choice? And that gives a bit better insight, because first choice often means it's the only place the student could apply to. It's not their dream or where they would actually like to be. So we want to add that dream choice. The same with the program of study, the dream program of study, because often they choose only what their AS scores allow.
Okay, that's interesting. Ku, you maybe want to jump in if there's anything you want to add?
Yeah, sorry, actually, I also had to leave. I wasn't part of the breakout for a fair bit, but I'm actually looking at this quickly now. And I think the problem was there was a bit of a mix up here, because where you've got institution choice and student success, that middle graph, I think the institutions, that question went up to 5, like first, second, third, fourth, fifth. And I think the program one was the options were just first, second, and third. I'm going to try and go into the.
Okay, so possibly it might be switched in your visual, Kushala, or maybe not. Sorry, I haven't developed it myself. I am going to do it now. So, is there anybody else? I know maybe Ashton, have you developed anything, or anyone from the other breakaways? And we can maybe look at, thanks, Kushala. Let's just verify this as well. Even, I know you've developed something. You maybe want to show us your screen.
Sure. Can you see?
Yes, we can.
All right. So I created these two charts, sorry, a chart and a table to answer the questions, and a chart and a table. And as you said, we literally repeated what we had done earlier. So all that we did was created a new measure, which followed, I called it count of first generation status, sorry. And I think the only challenge you have is to get that field because of its long description.
Yeah. So usually try and like type in the word like generation, for example, you know?
Yeah.
And then
yeah.
it will pick it up. So find one word in that long sentence that's kind of unique to it, and it should find it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, just for future reference. But other than that, what can you say about the data in terms of what you've developed now?
Yeah. I don't like taking out nulls. I understand why they're not relevant. And in a survey, it's okay. But I mean, like if you look at this chart, oops, sorry, my mouse is going all over the show. We're seeing that the majority of our students are first generation students. And again, the success is actually on a very small scale. So it's about 45 to 47. So it's really just a disparity in the numbers of first generational versus not first generational. I think it is clear that the success rate is higher, but as we indicated earlier, if you see what I did, I changed the scale on one of our previous charts just to see that it is different, but if you extend the scale, it's actually very negligible. So I think there's a great disparity in first generational versus other not first generational, but success rate, I think you'd have to really go down into the detail, maybe bring in the dimension of what they're studying, as Ashton was always referring to, you know, engineering, where there's a definite difference in success rate. You probably will understand that better than just on this. So I don't think it's a massive difference. Thanks.
Okay, cool. Yes, thanks for that. And that's why we are going to be bringing in filters so that we can understand maybe at a faculty level, you know, what's the differences. If we select engineering, as you said,
yep, agree.
We might get a much better comparison in terms of the differences in student success percentage.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that's great. Thank you so much.
And if I can also add to help interpret the data, it isn't that surprising. So first choice again would be some of the more difficult the more difficult programs, such as your engineering, your applied sciences, and even some of those arts and design modules where numbers are limited, as well as health sciences, where we limited by the professional bodies. So typically those are seen as being harder programs, and that's why the success rates are a little bit lower. Where we look at the institution of choice, DUT is typically a second choice institution because our better performing students would have wanted to go to UKZN first, and then DUT becomes their second choice. So I don't want to say it's a better caliber of students who chooses UKZN as their first choice, but typically they might then actually land up doing better because they were hoping to get into UKZN. Whereas students who pick DUT as a first choice would have the marks as well as would have the lower marks where they aren't able to go to UKZN, so they come to DUT. And that also might be why we're seeing a lower performance there. Where we start to have a look at the third, fourth, and fifth choices coming through, even for the program of study, typically those students would land up being in like management sciences, which has larger numbers of students who are able to come in and is then kind of seen as being a little bit easier. You've already seen those success rates and pass rates for management sciences are higher. So that would also speak to why it's coming up as a fourth, fifth choice, landing up in a management sciences program and doing relatively well. So it's complicated and it's really interesting. And this is the nice discussion that results from what the data is showing. And of course, every institution will be different because of the different students coming in and the different circumstances around it. But definitely seeing that big gap, or the big amounts of first generation students we having coming in, and then even noting within that there is a performance gap between the non-first generation versus the first generation. Even when you filter it down to the first semester, it is pretty significant, which talks to the first generation students needing that support base from the institution in order to make them realize the importance of submitting assignments on time, attending lectures online, being able to ask people for help, your holistic student support, and that really does impact on the academics. And that's what makes this work so interesting. It asks more questions than it does answer them, which is nice. And that's when you need to go in with your qualitative information to find out why we're seeing what we're seeing.
No, thanks for that, Ashton. I think that definitely gives more context in terms of what we're looking at. So thanks. So I'm just going to share my screen again. We are coming towards the end of this workshop as well. So I'm just going to round off with a few more, just getting the same visuals that we have before we move on to the online Power BI platform area. Right, so what I will do is just create these measures. So I just want to double check the questions that I posted. All right, so this institution was your, right. So I'll just say choice of institution. Okay, choice of right is equal to that, and then let's just remove this parameter here. Okay, so we're going to say choice. Okay, institution. Okay, so this institution was your, right? That's the first measure. Copy this again and create it here. Okay, rename that. Program study was that choice, right? And then lastly was the first generation. Okay. Okay. So what we'll do is, after I've added in these visuals, is we will also understand what type of filters we can add to this page so that it can give us that better context, as Ashton was saying. And even if we have to filter this data by faculty and the different departments and see how that then gives us maybe a better feel into what this data is saying. So the next one was the choice of institution. So I'm just going to add that here, remove that, just type in institution. Okay, so paste that, and I just table. Okay, okay, so let's just order this as well. So we'll sort this by, yeah, that's actually correct. Okay, and then we want to do the next one, which was program study. Study. Okay. Right. So, and there was one more. Okay. Let's just do that quickly. Sorry, I'm moving very quick because everybody has already done this. Waste any time. Okay, then we have the first generation. Okay, so that first generation. Next. Right. So just to make that a table. Okay. So in here now, right? Again, going back to our model and how we've developed it, right? So if you remember previously, I just go to the model part, right? We've created this waterfall effect, right? And I've also explained that although we've created this relationship between each independent lookup table to the fact table, because of their linkage to one specific table, that also creates a relationship between these three tables as well. So we can also go and filter our data by program data. We can go and filter our student, our BUSI data by bio data as well. So in that case, we can also go and add some filters. So if we just copy through our academic block code, just because it is formatted, and we go and now maybe add in faculty. Faculty might be a good one, right? Faculty school subject. So if I go and adjust this, right, you can see the effect that it might have on faculty of accounting, of applied sciences, arts, as well as engineering as well. So if we look at the differences here, so yeah, here I think you can see much of a better comparison now with first generation students. So neither parent has a bachelor's degree getting 61% and not first generation, okay, which is a bit interesting because when we had everything selected, if your parent had a bachelor's degree, then your student success rate was higher. But here now we're obviously seeing something that's not expected. So yeah, again, remember that these filtering aspects gives you the ability to slice and dice your data, and that's important. So if we go now add also some bio data, and we can add in maybe gender, right? We can go and filter between male and female, right? And maybe we can also add in race. Or maybe for your specific analysis, maybe even disabilities might be something that you want to analyze your data by. So again, if we look at the range of disabilities, it's hearing impaired, mobility impaired, non-other, and partially sighted. So we can go and further drill down the data and understand it in the context of here as well. So it's purely up to you in terms of what you want to develop your analysis on, but this gives you that capability to go and choose whatever filtering you want for this. All right, so just before we end off on this front end and before we go into the whole publishing of this dashboard, what I also wanted to show was, some other features like instead of, to improve user experience, sometimes we don't like users to go and click on these tabs and switch between, the both tabs. What's also available is where we can go and add in buttons, right? We can add buttons that can be used to navigate an entire report. You might have 10 or 20 tabs, and say you want to go from tab 1 to tab 30. You might want to have a button that will take you there instead of you scrolling right to the far right and doing that. So maybe just one basic functionality that I can quickly show you is if we go to the Insert tab, right, on the top left. Okay, and we go to Buttons, right? So add a button to your report, and we select Navigating, right? So what we want is a Page Navigator, right? And when we click on Page Navigator, this is what we get here, right? We get this this button that automatically pops up, and Power BI automatically detects the pages that you have in your report. So if I go and add, say, let's change the orientation of this so we can just make it a bit better. So if I go to Grid Layout and I make that vertical, okay, and then I can go and place that. Yeah. Okay. So that gives me the ability to, I just copied this because I'm going to put it on the other sheet as well. If I click on Boosi Analysis, so you're going to click on Control and Boosi Analysis, it'll take you to the sheet. Okay. So it's just giving you that, improving that user experience in terms of how you navigate through this report. Okay. Is there any questions on this part of what we've done? So could you please send poll number 1, Fatima?
Surely you will need to repeat that navigation on all pages.
Definitely. So I can go, I've copied it and I can paste it here. So I'll just have to keep it consistent and move all my visuals, to the right. Well, I won't do that right now, but I'll just leave it here for now. Okay. And again, we have this button here. So we can click on Control and click on Geographical Analysis, and it'll take me back to the sheet. Okay, is there any questions? Anybody like to ask? Fatima, were you able to send through the poll? Nev, sorry, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. I have not seen anything from Fatima as yet.
Oh, sorry, I thought maybe it was my side.
No.
Okay, sending it.
There we go.
Okay, sorry, Fatima, it's not the general poll, it's the poll number 1 for day 2.
Sorry, Ashton, what question was that?
It was poll 1, day 2.
Okay.
All right, cool. So I see that we have around 63% say yes and 38% saying somewhat. So what might be a very good thing to do is in your time over the weekend or next week, whenever you're available, is to replay the session, yesterday's session and today's session, and just go through it slowly. Maybe if you can get a dual screen, if you have that access to that, and you can follow what's been done on one screen and then replicate it on yours, and just maybe move at your own pace as well. So apologies to those where I might have moved a bit quickly. It's just for the sake of time. I don't want to take everybody's afternoon up as well. It's a Friday and everybody would just like to relax after a long week. So before we end off, the last part is just looking at some of the functionality that's available once we publish this report, right? So remember that the end goal is for us to obviously develop a dashboard and send the dashboard out, whether it's within the organization or you're sending it to your boss or you're sending it to a company or whatever the case is, right? You want to then market this. So in order for us to do that, right? So if everybody can just watch me, you don't have to follow me because I think you will be limited if you do not have a pro license or a premium license. So if you have a free license, I think you might be restricted in terms of what can be done. So for now, your part is done in the development phase. If everybody could just pay attention to my screen and we can just finish off this round part. So we should take about 15 minutes more. All right, so to publish this report now to an online Power BI online service, right? If we go to the Home tab, right, there's something called Publish that is under the Share, right, above the Share. Yeah. So what this will allow us to do is publish this dashboard to an online service. So if I just navigate there, okay, it's going to ask me which workspace would I like to store this. Okay, so if I click on my workspace and I say select, okay, so it's publishing the National Workspace Power BI training. Right. So once this is done, we can click on Open National Workshop Power BI training in Power BI. Right, so if I click on this, what it's going to do is it's going to open up this. Let me just drag this to the side. Right, this is now the online platform of Power BI. So what we're going to see is the exact same dashboard, but now embedded on the online service. Okay, so if I can even go and change the view and make it full screen, right? And what we get here now is pretty much the exact same thing that we had on the end. Right, so we can go and view all the analysis, all the tables. We can switch between the different views. So it's pretty much everything that we've seen thus far. Can be familiar with this report, okay? So just to move on to some of the other functionalities, right? Within this this online service, okay, we can export. Right, we can export this this dashboard into a PowerPoint. Say we need to use this for a presentation purpose, or we actually want to PDF the report because it might be a static report that we want to send out on a weekly basis. So we can PDF it, and what it's going to do is it's going to rescale the pixels. Remember, Power BI works on a pixel basis. It's going to rescale it and make it fit on obviously an A4 page. And it does it quite nicely. And in saying that, we can also, share this. And this is the important feature where we can actually go and enter an email name and an email address, and you can send a message, you can copy the link, you can mail it, or you can send it via Teams. So obviously it is a Microsoft product, so it can be easily integrated into your Teams applications. So here you can obviously send it through to somebody specific. But in saying that, where most of the functionality comes into play as well is if you go and create a workspace, right? So creating a workspace, say I created and I call it DUT Boosie analysis, right? I can grant hundreds of people access to that specific workspace. Because I'm working off my private workspace, it's not giving me that button that I'm looking for that allows me to share it. But in saying that, all this the workspace basically says is it's just housing this dashboard in one folder and granting access to many people to that folder and giving them either viewing rights, admin rights, or sharing rights. You can also authenticate these dashboards. So when people enter the dashboard, they have to obviously verify using Microsoft two-factor authentication, so not anybody can just open it and review the data or the analysis. And also, I mean, if that person does not have access to the workspace, then again, they also wouldn't be able to see it. So say that was the first part, you know, in terms of the sharing, okay? And another thing that we can do, right, is I just want to, maybe what I should do is, let's see if I can do it on this. Yeah, okay, that's fine. I think the sharing aspect is okay. What I want to demonstrate is something called natural language query. So say you've developed this dashboard and you want to, you know, just quickly have a Q&A session. You're in a meeting and you're only interested in, say, 2 visuals. You don't care about everything else. You're having a meeting, you're having a presentation, and you need to quickly go and discuss, say, this table, this visual, and that visual, and maybe this table. All right. What we can do is that Power BI categorizes a report and it categorizes a dashboard. Okay. So what we have developed in the past 2 days has been a report. Okay. Power BI has called this a report. So in order for us to create something called a dashboard, right, you have to open up a report and you have to choose a visual that you would like to publish to a dashboard. Now, that is where we're going to see the brilliance of natural language query. And to create a dashboard, you go to the visuals that you are interested in and you click on this little pin visual. You will see as soon as you hover over a visual, it has 4 or 5 buttons that you can click, right? You can either expand this so that you can see it in full view, or you can, you know, filter. You can check what filters have been applied to the visual. You can copy the visual as an image. So say you want to paste it in a Word document, you can copy it from here, and then you get this pin icon. So if I click on this pin icon, it's going to ask me to pin this to a dashboard. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new dashboard, and I'm just going to say National Workshop training. Okay. So, and then I click pin. Okay. So what it's done is it's created this dashboard. Okay. So I'm going to say, I'm going to pin a few more visuals before I go there, right? So I'm going to pin this table and I'm going to go select existing dashboard, National Workshop Training, pin, right? And then let's maybe take this as well. I'm going to select National Workshop Training and I'm going to pin. And let's just take this table while we add it. Okay, I'm going to select that, National Workshop Training, and I'm going to pin, right? And then it takes us to this place where we can go straight to our dashboard. So if I say, go to dashboard, what it's going to do is going to create this, this area where we can take visuals and we can drag it for a quick presentation view. We can, you know, move it around. We can do what we want to. Okay, it gives us that ability to just customize this into whatever look and feel you want for your dashboard. But this is 1% of what you can do, right? This is where the brains behind AI and behind, you know, the computer being able to read your data based on any question that you ask it, right? So for example, okay, I'm just going to ask a random question. I'm going to say count of students in engineering. Okay, in this case, it's looking at the DUT BUSI data. So sometimes it does get confused in terms of what data set to look at, but let's maybe be a bit specific. So number of students, count of students in engineering, performance data. Okay, so we can't tell which fields to use for one or more tables question. Try to place in the tables with specific fields intent. So let's see. Okay, so let's say count of students. Okay, it also picks up some suggestions. So count of students, biodata, student numbers. There we go. So count of students by faculty. Okay, so count of students, but why is it only picking up DUT BUSI data? Sorry, I'm just trying to see here. Let's see. Okay, there we go. What I wanted. Count of students by faculty. All right, so you have to be specific, but it's still picking up BUSI. Right, let's see, showing results for that. Yeah. All right, okay, so I don't know why that isn't working, but if we just look at maybe some of the suggestions that they've given us, right? You can look at the top reviewed your note by average final mark, top others by count of student pass with distinction. So this is just looking at the data. So because it's the BUSI data and it's quite, you know, the questions are quite messy in terms of how long it is. I think it does all together, but let me see here. I'm just seeing how count of students enrolled. Count of students enrolled. Okay, so it's picking up 886, but it's being very specific to the BUSI data. You know what? I'm being silly. Sorry about that. So what I've done is I've copied all, obviously, images from the BUSI data set. So that's actually my mistake. I also want to go and add some information from the first sheet. So let's go here. That's my mistake. Let's go and pin a few more visuals from geographical analysis. Okay, so let's look at average final mark. Let's pin that. Let's maybe pin here. And let's pin these two tables. There we go. Right, so now if I go to dashboard. Okay, so it would have added these visuals here. So again, you can go and place, obviously, these visuals here. Okay, and then let's go and type in our question. So let's say count of students doing engineering. Okay, so it doesn't seem to be working like in this question. Let's see, count of students. No, I'm still referring to the BUSI data. I'm not sure why. Yeah. Okay, but anyways, let's maybe try another question. Let's look at average mark by average final mark by race. Okay, so what it's going to do is it's going to, even though we might not have this visual, right, it's actually giving us the average final mark by race. So it's just quick insights, but I just need to check why it wasn't picking up that performance data section. Could be some filtering that was applied, but I can just verify that one. But I mean, I think you get the point here. You can literally ask any question, you know, by gender. And we don't have these visuals. If you remember the report that we created, we didn't have a visual like this. So it's populated this based on any question that you can ask it. So it uses obviously a neural engine where it passes all this, these questions through, and using obviously keywords in it, it tries to then populate a visual for you. So yeah, you can go crazy. We can even ask student success rate by subject code. Student success, let's just say, yeah, by subject code. Okay, so yes, this is going to be obviously quite messy, but as we narrow it down, we can see, you know, by subject code, which is the higher performing subject codes in terms of student success and which isn't, right? Any questions, or maybe somebody would like to pose a question that we can try and attempt to ask here. Any questions from the group? If you have any questions, please, that you would like to see if it can pick it up, send it through on the chat and let's give it a go. Ku or Ashton, Evan, any questions from you guys that you can maybe post on this chat and we can test it?
If I may comment, I'm very intrigued by this. I didn't realize this was the level we could go to. So I'm not particularly curious about the questions in terms of this data. I'm really keen to get digging into my own data and and doing this. So sorry if I haven't got a question, but yeah, thanks, man.
No, not a problem. Not a problem. Yeah, so I mean, it does require some playing around, you know, and the fact that, you know, it's using AI and it's using machine learning, you know, just to understand and read your data. You know, you can just literally have a card coming from a data set that has a count of students, and it's only one card, and then you can go and ask it 500 questions based on the data set because we have the one card on our dashboard. Could we maybe get a question from you just to randomize it? Because I've developed the dashboard, so I don't want to make it biased and asking questions that, you know, that's coming from me. Could you maybe pose a random question that we could maybe look?
Yeah, I was wondering about whether we could do something where we compare academic performance of foundation against non-foundation students, because I think that would have sort of generic you know, relevance maybe across the board, you know, as opposed to specific.
So let's say student success by foundation, and is it non-foundation? I hope it's categorized as that.
No, it wasn't categorized as non-foundation. I don't think so. I'm trying to check that quickly.
It was no, maybe. Foundation. Could be this foundation. Yeah, so was it a foundation subject or maybe not? I'm not sure. We just need to check that data column and see if these were the options that were. So if we maybe quickly just open the dashboard up, we can just quickly do a quick check. If I just go to table view. Okay, just open up the fields and I select.
I'm muted. Yes, no for subjects. But of course, you know, in a foundation program, there are subjects that are foundation subjects, and then there are sort of mainstream subjects. And I was really going after the program.
So foundation
Yeah.
YN. I think that's the one that we're looking at. So let's say student success by foundation YN. Student success by YN subject. There we go. So not a foundation, it was 45.21%, and yes, 34.85%.
Ah, okay. So this is now for subject level. So where a subject is you know, a foundation subject in an overall foundation program, which kind of gels, right? Because lecturers often complain that students will focus more on the mainstream subjects.
Yes, correct. Correct.
And we have that problem with the Gen Ed also, you know, where they put more emphasis on the non-Gen Ed related relevant program subjects compared to the Gen Ed subjects. It's always been an issue as well.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, everybody can bear witness that this visual was not even created in our report. So the fact that we've just asked a question and was able to do the analysis on the fly is quite amazing. If there isn't any other questions, then let me just show you the last big development in Power BI. It actually came out last year, which is called Power BI Goals. Right now, what Power BI Goals is basically allowing you to track your performance against a baseline or track your performance against a target. And it's not something that can be done by one person. It can be done by someone or like many people in an organization, maybe within the whole of DUT. You can track progress of your goals and where are you, in terms of, are you on track? Are you behind? Are you late? So let's look at some of the examples that we have. Let's look at the education sample, right? So if I click on this, so what you can see here is be the top US provider of learning platforms to schools. Okay, it's on track. Okay, this one does not have a value of progress. The due date was this, right? And then subfolder was 45% of K-12 schools using our platform. We're on track with 34 out of 45. We have a quick spotlight. We can add notes, right? We can go and drill down. The graphs are interactive. We can see the progress over each month. And then we can also see, I could maybe post comments in terms of why we were behind, why are we on track, what was done, what's needed. Maybe tag somebody else that's, in the value chain that needs to then add in to complete that task. But again, you can see the functionality that we have available is, it's pretty much endless. We can see the total count of our goals. We can see what's on track, what's at risk, behind, not started, overdue, and what's been completed. So this whole interface is really phenomenal in that we can also create applications from our dashboards. So this app setting here allows us to go and create applications that can be sent through to customers. You might want to embed your dashboard on its own website. You might want to develop a website and have your dashboard or your report published there. So you can create apps from your reports. And that's the beauty about the whole online experience, is that you have all of this available functionality. So that pretty much rounds up what we have here. There is so much more. And unfortunately, due to some time constraints, it's going to be very difficult to cover everything. But some of the main highlights, which I think was the natural language query, for me is something that is to date by far the most amazing thing I've come across. And I think you will definitely find it amazing as well once you get your hands dirty with Power BI and obviously engaging with the platform and software more often. So thank you to everybody. I know that we are 50 minutes ahead of schedule, or rather behind schedule. So please, if there is any other questions or anything posted, you can email us as well, and we will be more than glad to assist any questions. But yeah, thank you. And I hope everybody keeps safe for the weekend and have a restful weekend. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Akshay. I think I speak on behalf of the entire group here. And I was just wondering, we are going to be awaiting an evaluation, I think, through Saide, guys. And perhaps I could ask, would there be interest in this group on, the next sort of leg of this, in an intermediate Power BI, if I could call it that. Actually, I don't know whether you would judge this as introduction, and perhaps at the next level would be intermediate. And would there be interest from this group in terms of us offering it again later this year? Thanks, Evan. Definitely interested.
Definitely.
Perfect. So yeah, just watch the space then. If we can secure Akshay's expertise and organize a workshop a bit later in the year at a higher level, that would be great. Other than that, thanks so much. Fatima, are you with us still?
I'm here. Thanks, Cool. Just on behalf of Saide, I want to thank Akshay and the DUT team. It was excellent, a really excellent session. I know Takalani has been busy working on an evaluation form that will be circulated to participants. We'd really like your feedback on that. And yeah, judging by the comments that have been sent directly to me, and of course here in the chat, Akshay, well done to you. It was a really, really good session. Thank you.
Thanks, Fatima, and thanks to the team as well.
Sure.
Okay, so thanks everyone, and yeah, take care. Have a good weekend. Have a nice cup of tea or coffee, or afternoon tea or coffee, whatever. No.
Sorry, colleagues, I think Kushala has a hand up. Oh no, she put it down.
I actually typed it there. Akshay, are you a BI specialist or are you involved in any way? Because I don't know if it's intermediate, but what I would like to see is the full flow using Power BI and the Office 365 suite.
Okay, yeah, definitely. As I said, you know, if you want to experience what Power BI has to offer, you first have to invest in a pro or premium license. But yeah, I mean, I can definitely also assist people with you know, with integrating this into applications or integrating this into a workflow. You know, either using Power Apps or Power Automate or any of the 365 platforms. But yeah, it's definitely possible.
Okay, we'll definitely get hold of you then.
Okay, great. Hi, Kakisho.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much for the session. I think it was very informative. And yeah, so I was wondering, will it be possible maybe to have the recording maybe today or tomorrow latest for some of us who'd like maybe to go through the training again?
Yes, so I think Fatima will be able to advise us as to when the recording will be ready.
Yeah, definitely not today, Kahisho. Last night it took quite a while for Zoom to process it. And I think I also left it on during the lunch hour. And so I'm gonna have to edit that recording. So sometime next week, if that's okay, unless I can send you the full recording tomorrow, if you don't mind the lunch hour bit, and you can just fast forward that.
Okay, no, it's fine. Whenever it's ready, it's fine. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, so in terms of like intermediate courses is obviously looking at more complex data sets, you know, and not, if you have this foundation course, you know, I think you get the idea as to how complex, you know, this can get. And it's just a matter of having structure, having order, and keeping all the you know, the best practice methods from the word start, you know. And it doesn't matter how complex the data set is, you'll be able to model your data in the Power Query Editor. And then in more intermediate sessions, we cover advanced DAX formulations, you know, like your summarize functions. Yeah, that's changing context even further, you know, and then looking at some coding. Maybe we can code some visuals in Python, but that's obviously going to require you to learn a totally new language, which is exciting as well, because Python is the new in thing, especially when it comes to you know, machine learning and looking at that side of the world, you know. So it's a very interesting topic. And yeah, if there is that requirement, then definitely we can have an intermediate to advanced course sometime during this year. Yes, Anele.
Yes, thank you. Going forward to the intermediate, and perhaps further, would you advise one to have some kind of statistical background?
Listen, it's not expected that you have it. I mean, if you do, it works to your advantage. You know, especially if you're coming from a good Excel background where you understand the functions and, you know, the complex functions, not like your basic ones. You know, so if you have that knowledge, it will work to your advantage, but it's not necessary. But maybe up until, you know, we do have this, whenever it is scheduled for, it might be good to, you know, go onto the Power BI platform areas, onto the Microsoft areas, and read about the different functions and practice it. You know, you have a 60-day free license, so might as well utilize that 60 days to the best that you can if you're not looking to purchase a Power BI license, and practice. You know, you could even go and create yourself another email. You know, you can create 10 emails if you want, and keep generating a free license in Power BI if you have that time. And in that way, practice. You know, practice makes perfect.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, just to mention, we send out a Siaphumelela newsletter every month with resources related to teaching and learning practices and, you know, business intelligence, whatever resources would be useful to the institutions. If there's anything you have to share with us, please do drop me a line there. Links or so, YouTube videos that might assist folk, and then we can circulate this via the newsletter.
Okay, perfect. Fatima, we can maybe discuss via email, and yeah, I'll definitely keep you posted with trending. Yeah, what's trending.
Thanks.
Is there any other questions from anyone?
Kakisa, your hand is still raised.
That's an old hand.
Okay.
Maybe, yeah, maybe if there isn't any other questions, then we can adjourn the session.
Again,
do you have
Akshay,
any
thank
last-
you so much.
Okay.
Thank you,
Great,
colleagues.
guys. Take care, everybody.
Thanks,
Thank you so much.
guys.
Thank you.
Take
Bye.
care.
Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye, everyone. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
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 Bye. Thank you. Thanks, Ku. Take care.
Thanks, Fatima. You too. Enjoy. Bye.
Bye.